moment when you have to press start streaming like 3 times before anything else. Goodness gracious. Imagine having to press start streaming 3 times. Kinda cringe, not gonna lie. It said read. I read. GG? GG indeed. Congratulations on being first read for the 8th time. Hi Dragonair, hi Mage, hi Reed, hi Aku.
Yeah.
Hello Zilla, hi Nightmare, hi Derp. Hello, hello. How y'all doing? Nightmare, enjoy a drink, hun? Zilla, enjoy a drink. How y'all doing today? How is your Tuesday so far? The BAR now. Okay, enjoy a drink. Vlog, enjoy a drink.
Pretty dumb, huh?
Aww. Prize. Hi Draconia, how you doing? You right? Thanks, how are you? I'm doing good. I am doing quite well. I'm a little I'm still like kinda getting my energy up today. I have a job now. Yo! Congratulations! Lilith, thank you for the 14 months. Which job did you get up? Alea. Ale. And how to win that dance song. Ale. Killzone, hi there. How are you doing? How are you, Lilith? How is everyone? My hand hurts from playing Super Punch Out, says Angry Guy. I mean, he didn't reach Super Macho Man and I'm taking a break. I don't think I've ever played Super Punch Out. I don't think I've heard of that. But hi, Angry Guy. How you doing? Hi, AJ. Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, like, congrats on the job, Vlog. Just, like, a WL had a date last night. It's perfect. Tomorrow I'll try a grape Alkin. What? Just like a WL had a date last night. It was perfect. You had a date. Tomorrow I'll try a grape Alkin. Grape? What? I don't get it. Sorry. Can you rewrite that sentence? I had a date last night. It was perfect. Tomorrow I'll try a grape. What? Okay. I still don't get it, but cool. Now I understand what it feels like to be Vegeta. Yeah. Date is a fruit. Oh, okay. You mean the fruit the date? Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. I was like, what? Expendaboy, hi there, how you doing? Thursday I streak in chat, heck yeah. Also, hi Bear, how you doing? It's funny you say that, by the way, Angry Guy, because I was literally just watching a Dragon Ball Z Abridged episode right before stream. Red alert, red alert. A cutie has broken containment, yes. And her name is Hachi. Also, server the ad songs, they'll be done in 3 minutes. Use of lethal force is now authorized. Okay, I do like the idea of... I'm sure this exists already. Like an SCP that is, like, too cute. So, like, that causes them... Like that causes people to die because of it, somehow. I'm sure that exists. I'm sure there is one like that somehow. I know there's like the one that's like just a cat. Oh, I don't think Hachi streams AJ. I appreciate you shouting them out, but I'd prefer if you wait until I ask to shout someone out. Meadow, enjoy a drink, hun? Like, I don't think you stream, right, Hachi? You lost this Mr. Sandman so many times. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the game. Mobile Task Force, Nine-Tailed Fox has entered the facility. You perfect blob 555? Oh yeah, SCP 555. Been a long while, old dog times? Oops, my bad. It's okay, it's okay. I appreciate the thought, you know, I appreciate the intention. I do appreciate that. Hi, Proto, how you doing? Welcome in. Fox ear and tail? I think we could definitely include that in the SCP thing. There's a rubber duck SCP. No, really. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Work starts a little bit late for me today. There's some carpet cleans happening before I get connected. Might hop between here and the elf space since strange. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That is very valid. I mean, you can open both of it. Whatever it is, it's a prank by gamers against weed. Isn't that like the more modern version of Are We Cool Yet? Hope deserves a shout out. But yeah, we are going to be talking SCP today, just so you guys know. We're going to be, I'm on mobile, yeah? Skin issue. Hi Dame, welcome in. I'm teasing, mage. Pat. No, but like basically today we're going to be like kind of brainstorming ideas and kind of figuring out the basis of SCP-9XXX, which is going to be the bar or me. I don't understand the patterns in Super Punch Out. I genuinely, sorry, angry guy. I literally don't know what Super Punch Out is. So like, I can't really be part of that conversation. I'm really sorry. Hi, Lucy. Dodging counter punch, really? Sometimes block? I mean, admittedly, like, it's like in racing games when like, you need to like take a break. You need to break. And, like a lot of people don't like braking in racing games, which I get, because racing is all about, like, I want to go fast, right? But sometimes you need to brake when you go into a corner. Doesn't even know what Super Punch Out is, SMH. I mistake. Hi, Lucy. Also, Hachi, I'm talking about specifically the SCP that I'm going to be doing. I guess SCP has a tendency to fall through. That's bad, exactly. Like Dan did. That's actually a funny idea.
Pull the lever.
Wrong lever! I'm trying to say this feels like nails on a chalkboard. Frankly, if you're not enjoying it, why are you playing it? How? Why not play something else? I don't know, that might just be me. Containment procedure. If at any time a door to the bar is detected by the public, testing on SCP-1459 will resume for 1 hour. If the discouraged subject from being observed by the public. Ah, interesting. I don't know what 1459 is. I'll take a look at that. That's an interesting idea. Well, this is the part where he kills us, indeed.
I'm escaping to the one place that
hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Spies!
Spies!
Oops, sorry, assignment misunderstood. It's okay. Dimension Claw, as a sun weakness, the iron slash being called cute. Are you quasi-star? I don't know if I'm a black hole star. I don't know. Yeah, I want to see the manager. There's no manager in the bar, sorry. I can't help you with that. I know you're talking about the manager lady that you saw, but yeah. Played SCP-5K before? Not yet, no. I do intend to eventually. I mean, SCP can turn everything and anything into a drink. It's not necessarily good. Rocks on the Rocks is a bit of a stiff drink. That's a funny idea. Okay, I'm gonna put that one in there. That's a funny one. That's a funny one. I like that. I do think I'm gonna try to make it kind of comedic and kind of humorous. Containment protocol. Put a chair on the door. Okay, that is also funny. That is also really funny. Did you see my... Oh, I might have missed it. Feel free to post it again, Mistake. Sorry. Let's see. There we go. That is a genuinely funny one. Put a chair on the door. There is an SCP that's just a sentient NES. Not a specific NES, but there is a sentient computer. I know that one. Let's see. Mystic. It pulls levers and flips switches at random. That might be just that might be the gremlins. That might be the gremlins. Not let this SCP get close to SCP-249 due to the fact this SCP will use it purely for drinks she will make. There's SCP-249. Hold on. 249? A windowless door covered in a faded white paint. Okay. Roughly every 500 uses, SCP-249 does not connect to a door within its range. Instead, a random location anywhere in the world. Even locations with no apparent doors within hundreds of kilometers. Oh, interesting. Not that 249, the anomalous vending machine. That might be a different one then. Anomalous vending machine. Oh, that's 294. Understandable mix-up. UNGUC, SCP, and UIU personnel constantly meeting each other in the bar? Yes, that's definitely something I want to do. Something that made a drink of anything that could technically be a drink? Yes, exactly. So like, that's the vending machine one. Which I do think is a solid idea as well. To like look at, for sure. We can definitely look into that one. A typo, and it happens, it's not a big deal. As a game where you come up with a new way to kill a puppy and get a cookie, it's an old example of over-the-top dark humor. Yeah, that is kinda dark, not gonna lie. Except a bleach and ammonia cocktail. I mean, admittedly, so canonically, I can do that as well in the sense of like, because the bar connects to all universes, some universes out there, you know, Cthulhu might walk into the bar, you know? Cthulhu might walk into the bar. A coffee machine SCP would be interesting to factor in. That's true. It would be. Also, Foxy, hi there. How you doing? I definitely think the coffee machine SCP would be an interesting one. But let's like, these are all very good ideas. Let's pause for just a second before we continue on the SCP talk. Let's talk about, let's like, do like half an hour of talk about something else, and then we'll get into SCP stuff. I'm glad you guys are excited for it, though. It's nice to see you guys be excited about it. The arm is still numb. I don't know what to say now. Oh gosh, do take care of yourself. Would the Foundation even see bar one as anomalous? Probably. Probably. Because it's in another universe. So like, I feel like when we're talking dimensional hopping, like, maybe. Actually, yeah, maybe not. That's an interesting discussion, actually. Let's talk about Lilith's torrent of horniness. Poor Lilith just like sees the manager and it's just like, oh, the manager, I need to smell the cologne. What's going on? We're going to be writing an SCP. What are you going to do this spring? Well, I'm going to be recording case 4 this Saturday. I kind of like disturbing shadow creatures. I get that, yeah. But like, and yes, case 4. Yes, case 4. I'm already recording it. I'm still editing case 3, but I'm also gonna record case 4 already. Because what I want to do is, I want to be editing them at a faster pace, basically. I want to be putting them out at a faster pace. So case 4 is gonna get recorded before case 3 comes out for you guys. So like, yeah. Are they making a biopunk scientist for a future mage game? Ooh, fun. Can make drinks while thinking of what she actually does in SCP. Just saying this before I forget. Very fair. I will write that down as well, because that's a good idea. Boop. Would the gremlins be kept in a bottle or a box? That's a good question. Gremlin containment procedure. Oh my god. Imagine if like one of the gremlins somehow got out and it's just like out there in the world and the Foundation is just like, oh god, we gotta get this freaking gremlin. And it's just like and it's really difficult to contain because it just gremlins its way out of things. Sent it into the Discord? Okay, hold on. Let me take a look-see in the art channel. Bold. Oh, I like this composition. Okay, hold on. I like this composition. Also, to answer your question, F, yes. So we're basically doing a writing thing. but basically doing a writing exercise, and if it ends up being good enough to where I think like, okay, we could try for a spot on the wiki, then I will try and put it on the wiki. You know what number you're gonna do? No, and it's not really that important, honestly. It's gonna be in the 9,000 somewhere. The specific number doesn't really matter that much, I don't think, to this particular SCP. Hi, Puppet, how you doing? Enjoy your drink. Bring out the Lilith air gel. You have already escaped it, though. Oh, I'm on YouTube now. Normally I'm on Twitch. Well, either way, you're welcome, Mov. How you doing? Welcome in. Old headcanon. Katuru doesn't actually try to drive people insane. That's the result of infrasound generated by him trying to communicate, causing internal damage to the brain. There's something like that where there's like, I think there was a Love, Death and Robots story where there was like a whole thing about like a person trying to communicate with humanity and that like driving them crazy. So I do think that's a solid idea, Thanatos. Hi Fritz, how you doing? Welcome in. I'm good, love to hear it. 97676, that's Armia's number? Why that one? Remember not to make it an actual SCP that will mess up your ownership of your IP? Wait, does it actually? Like, because like I do want to own my writing. A sentient rotary phone that babbles nonsense to any normal person. As soon as it sees an SCP staff member, it starts to give them mental illnesses by speaking the unspeakable. Oh god. Fish with legs? Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean by that, Marv? Me looking at the horrors beyond my comprehension. I don't get it. Yeah. Huh? This is a good composition, though. I like this art, Lucy. This is a nice little piece. Very fun so far. What's it gonna be? It's gonna be the bar. We're gonna be talking about the bar as an SCP. Looking at my apartment room temperature, and 35 at nighttime is definitely not ideal. Everything on the site is community owned. I'll have to look into like the specifics of that, but like I'm okay with people writing stuff based on the bar. That's perfectly fine. Just as long as like, you know, it's not suddenly, well, the SCP Foundation now owns your VTuber. Like, you know, that would be ridiculous. As long as it's not that, then it's fine. I'm also thinking about making some VTuber plushies as an Easter egg. Ooh, that's a fun idea. A zoo theory that states humanity has not been contacted by aliens because we're either a zoo exhibit or a protected species. That is an interesting theory for sure. If you have a section talking about the basement, it's like heavily redacted. I could maybe do that. Basement? I'll just put that in a question mark for now. It's not a terrible idea. Not at all. I have the power of it, people with 2 simple letters. Trademark! Hello, Aladina. How you doing? The general IP tags are attribution number. I'll look into it. It's not something to look at right now. I'll look into it. Right now, we're just having a writing experience. You know, that's fine. As it uses a bunch of rules, that's why the Cyanide creator got mad about it being put there because it could prevent it from making a proper movie. Ah, I see. Okay, something to keep in mind. Hi, Xvinist, how you doing? But it's okay. Right now, we're not gonna worry about the copyright. We're just writing. We're just having a fun time writing. Wouldn't that be a kick? Mia makes it big on SCP, so now they own her. Oh my god, imagine. What the heck is naked Leon Kennedy on my TikTok for you page? Clearly, you need that. You need this. Almost done with the art? Ooh, exciting. Ellie, enjoy your drink, huh? Look at 096's face, if not much chicken. What? Access to SCP Army is controlled by a lever. SCP will be giving out random drinks and one of them just ends up being highly deadly. You got deadly drinks, right? Technically, I do have deadly drinks, but I don't think, I don't want to go with deadly, I don't think, necessarily. Like, at most, I think if, I think with SCP, like the SCP version of this, I'd rather lean into comedy than like just, oh no, you end up getting dead. No, I don't. I don't even like him. Give me Ada. Ada is pretty great. Like any extraterrestrial sentient being sees that humanities either want to kill any aliens, bang any aliens, keep aliens as a pet, probably decide to steer clear as far as possible from us. I think, personally, if we're talking about, like, alien life and contacting it, people underestimate how big the freaking thing is. Did you have the Black Plague as a drink? Yeah, exactly. I also have motor oil, but, like, it's not literal motor oil. Like, it's not literal motor oil. Also, I genuinely, like, don't underestimate just how big space is. It is very easy to think of space as, like, relatively small, but it is not. It is gigantic. Hey, Entourage, how you doing? Enjoy a drink? Drinks that make you pregnant? Technically possible. Could be any kind of safe drink to a visitor, liquid ruby, uranium shot, etc. You drink anything and it will be tasty and nutritious, but it will get you drunk so fast? Oh, okay, that could be fun. All dirty drunks have the comical poison logo on the bottles, some just cartoonishly explode when the cork is pulled, and there's the classic triple distilled shine in the corner. I do like the idea of, like, cartoon logic a little bit, yeah. Space is 1 hour away if your car could drive vertically. Well, yeah, but space is also huge. Things that make you what now? Pregnant, apparently, according to a blog. Why not make space travel easier? Clearly we need to wrap rubber bands around the universe to compress it. Next time for humans, like a koala enters the bar and serves a neat eucalyptus martini. Yeah, exactly, actually, Decoy. That's actually exactly the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. Like, I mentioned earlier, like, imagine Cthulhu walks into the bar. Cthulhu is not gonna want a human cocktail, right? He's gonna want something else. He's gonna want some kind of, like, cosmic god cocktail, maybe. You know? Does that work? Who would be the father? The drink, I guess. I don't know. I mean, to be fair, angry guy, it's kind of like in vitro fertilization, right? No, he wants a human cocktail. He's gonna want a quote-unquote human cocktail. I mean, you know. There are actually some, like, really dark implications of that if you think about it. Like, imagine, like, oh yes, I just created humans in my universe just for a cocktail. Enjoy drinking it, Cthulhu, and Cthulhu just drinks. Jesus, that's actually kind of dark. Well, cocktails, yeah, for real. That would, oh jeez. I don't like that idea. I don't, Oh, I don't like that. Hi, Dania. Have a good luck while you work. I hope that's going well. Can we get a shout out for Dania, please? Random aside, but I really like saying that name, Dania. But it once depends on what corner of the internet the Cthulhu variant comes from. True. League of Legends players are safe though, way too salty. They're perfect for salting the rim. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is a bit too dark for me. This is a bit too dark for me. Goodness gracious. Big stretch. Space, it's huge. So huge, in fact, that if you lost your car keys in it, they would be almost impossible to find. Walk, Ratchet and Clank, a crack in time. Why is 3465 off of Phone Guy from FNAF? Oh, did you write 3465? It turns you into a phrase, I just created human. What a wild line to start. Hi, Venom Spy, how are you doing? I think a human cocktail at Lovecraft, very salty with a lot of iron flavor, but not much shells. Probably can taste the fear, though. That is really dark. Yeah. Let's move on from that, if that's okay. I don't really like the implications there. What is it with this community and cannibalism? I swear. Space is huge and no one can hear you scream. I mean, you're just not screaming loud enough. Cthulhu, I want the power of the rising sun with a hint of the shadow in the corner of your vision. Serve it longing for a happier time. See, I do like that, like sort of like a cocktail made out of abstract concepts. I didn't say Canada. Is that the legendary super lesbian? Bite your thigh? Please don't. Please don't bite my thigh. Lilith does that already. Plus, you're gonna have to fight Lilith for that, right? Hey, lesbian, enjoy your drink, huh? How you doing?
But what if I...
But what if I'd win? Who would help to change topic to a first encounter report? Yeah, something like that would be interesting. So, like, one of the things that I was thinking of having in this thing that we're doing is where did I put it? Yeah, so one of the ideas that I had is that there's like a central location, right, that gathers a bunch. So, okay, just for context, the way that the bar works canonically, right, is you open a door and suddenly connects to the bar. Like, there's no real rhyme or reason to it. The only thing that's consistent is that the person really needs a break or like is really stressed, etc. So like, sometimes what might happen is like a really stressed soldier might open a door and just suddenly be in the bar. Or like, you open a door and lesbians everywhere. You're wearing a fur coat in your theme, what would it be like? Ooh, good question. I don't know, Lilith. Probably like Fox style. I don't remember how I made it to the bar, but it's calming atmosphere and the sheer charm of the mixologist. Kept me in this damn chair for God, how long has it been? Need to get back and finish my container. Yeah, exactly, like the sort of like, oh God, I'm so stressed. And then, whoop. How am I doing? I prefer not to tell, too much personal comment. That's fair, Venom. You can just hang out and vibe for now. As for a fur coat, I don't know, like... Do you want a specific style, Lilith, or what do you mean? Can you give me a bit more context? No disturbing stuff? Yeah, I'd prefer not to. What's the perspective in the bar? Does Cthulhu or any giants visitors see themselves still as giant? I think they actually like... I think every... Oh, that's a good question, actually. I'm not sure. I have an idea since you're a star? Okay. I'm not entirely sure if they see themselves as giant. Also, Lilith, did you end up finishing that art with Strangey? Or are you still working on that one? Because like, I won't lie, I am curious about that. I'd love to see it. I do like the idea of... Oh, what if the foundation... Okay, here's an idea. What do you guys think of this idea? What if the foundation really hates the bar? Because every time their employees get stressed, they end up in the bar, and it's like a real time waster at this point. It's like affecting the efficiency of the foundation. It's like, ah! Yeah, Angry Guy, I'd prefer to not talk about that. Like, I've mentioned it multiple times now. I don't want to talk about disturbing stuff, please. Like, can we keep it light, please? Finishing tonight? Ooh, exciting. Galaxy Fair. Boomtube logic, everyone is adjusted to the same general scale? Yeah, could do. Could do. Like, I think that idea is not a bad one. Like, everyone gets adjusted to the same scale somehow. Delicate same procedure. Current procedure calls for the use of a carved wooden implement specially created to halt the door movement and a warning sign to impede unsolicited individuals. Monitoring of doors are to be done by a camera and motion sensors hooked to a mass surveillance operated by a team of agents taken from MTF Epsilon 6. I feel like it would be kind of impossible, though, to contain it in that way. I think it's going with cannibalism. No. Like I said, I don't want to talk about cannibalism. I don't want to talk about drinking like gross stuff. Angry Guy. Like, seriously. Like, that's true for Twitch and that's true for YouTube. I don't want to talk about gore or anything like that. Like, I'm telling you right now, please stop. Also, hi DX, how you doing? The Foundation's HR department has had to enforce taking of holidays or to stop employees from tumbling into the bar. What if they just started of amnesticizing drunken staff? That would also be funny. The thing is, like, okay, so here's what I'm thinking, right? Because any given door can turn into the bar effectively. That makes it really difficult to contain. You're just treating the bar as a break room rather than the Foundation's actual break room. Just making the infinite vending machine so— oh no! Poor infinite vending machine. Like, okay, hold on. Infinite vending machine conflict. And then also, let's see. So the bar links to a door which is seemingly random. It only opens for stressed individuals. Something like that. I suppose it's not all that bad, because I consider agony around it. You saw resource means for your... Guys, come on. I'm asking to keep things light, for the love of God. Like, I've said it like 5 times now. Do I really need to keep repeating myself? Please, keep things light. Keep things light. Keep things light. Keep things light. Come on. Like, work with me here, guys. Like, please. Adding on to my previous thought, the HR department's increased workload led to 2/3 of their own staff ending up in the bar. Seriously, lagging almost a minute behind the stream. I'm gonna take off. Have fun. Have a good one, Thanatos. Adding on to my previous thought, the... oh, sorry, I already had that. Boo. I do like the idea of... yeah, so, okay, what do you guys think of this? So, we could either make it where like, people can, like, choose to go to the bar at any given time. Or... we make it so... like, either it's like they can choose to be at the bar, or it's completely involuntary. I think the involuntary thing is better in that regard. Imagine being scaled to an average size and being called short by the beings you would in any other context be gigantic compared to and even eat them? Yeah, exactly, ignore me. That would be funny. Be me, work at SCP Foundation, stressed and found a door, walks into a bar, horse walks in. That's a funny idea. I can see it as that point in The Shining, the bar is wherever you need it to be. Yeah, I do like that idea. One of the drinks is the SCP amnesia. I do like inadvertently turning up at the bar. I think it's like completely random. So it's one of those things where like it's not there's no like choice in the matter. It just happens. Like I'm just imagining like imagine running away from imagine running away from like like a horrible monster or something, and you go through a door and suddenly you're in the bar, and it's like, oh, what? Like there's like, jump scare town. Oh, huh. Or alternatively, be a microbial life form, suddenly seeing the surface you would live your entire life being, like Jeff from accounting. Oh my god, yeah. Restaurant isekai moment. Yeah, kinda. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna show you guys my manga real quick. To give you guys a bit of an idea of like what we're basing this on. Also orders you a drink. You hear often? Yeah, actually, damn. So like the idea is there's only one star in my universe, and that's me. Hi. And I ended up making Myun, who's like a little planet guy, like a planet cat. Like, hold on, let me show off Myun real quick. Where is Myun? There it is.
Hi, it's me, D.
Hi, it's me, D. Yes, indeed. Imagine the aftermath of the bar, though. Like, sir, you need to check this out. Opens the door to reveal just a broom closet. Stein, what the hell are you doing? Exactly, mate. Exactly. And I was thinking, imagine if, like, the main researcher guy, right, who's, like, collecting all this stuff together in one place, really wants to go to the bar for research purposes, but just can't. Like, for some reason, he just cannot go there. It's like, I want to go there, please. Now, I think one thing that could be interesting as well.
It
Suddenly exploded. Now imagine if there was two classifications, by the way, because like on the one hand, the bar is hard to contain, which would make it something like cater or even like more difficult. But at one point in my universe, what I do is basically going, okay, I'm really lonely in my own universe. I'm gonna go and visit another universe. And then this happens. I end up destroying an entire universe by accident. Oops. Which, you know, that's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. Obliterate, yeah. So, like... Yeah. No, you're fine, Venom Spy. What if entering the bar is involuntary, but staff members have found a way to go intentionally? Each other is frantically trying to figure out how they manage it, everyone is tight. That is a funny idea. I might play with that. That's a funny idea, ignore me. Like, I'm gonna write that down. Like, entry to the bar is involuntary, but some Foundation staff seem to have found a way to go intentionally. Nobody will tell the researchers how. There's a thing in Ben 10 that does that. It either creates a universe if it's an empty existence or destroys one, making it an occupied one. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Have you heard about Ambrose restaurants? I have not. What are those? Little do you know, what they're doing to gain entry doesn't actually do anything. Mia just finds it funny to allow it. Oh my god. Wait, that is a funny idea. I do like that. Okay. How about this? Let's talk a little bit about object class. Like, would this be... So it's definitely not safe, because safe is very easy to contain. It's kind of really difficult to contain. It's not Euclid, because I think it would be cater, or even worse. Like, okay, let's see. SCP... object classes. Let's just get a list real quick and just go through them. So, safe is really easily contained. Definitely not. Euclid requires more resources. Containment isn't always reliable. Maybe. Cater is exceedingly difficult to contain consistently or reliably. Which this might be. Hold on, how about this? Main researcher generally loves work, spends weeks on end trying to get into the bar, but this is fulfilling, so they don't need a break, and never open it. Oh, HR staff is getting concerned and sends them home for 3 days. After 2 days of sitting in their apartment, wishing they were at work, they need a break? That's a really good idea, Evident. Okay, I'm gonna copy that real quick. That is a really good idea. That's a good one. See, this is why I wanted to do this with chat. I thought it would be fun, and I think I'm right. You saw they have a hacking glass of Nutella in space on the Artemis 2. I did not. What? This is a great idea, Evident. Good stuff. Ambrose Resident's like, are we cool yet? But about food instead of art. Oh, interesting. That's a cool idea. So, what do you guys think would fit best for, you know, like, object class? This goes well. Do you think that you'll do more SCP stuff in the future? Maybe. I've been enjoying doing them on YouTube, Ev. I don't know if you've seen, like, the reaction videos I do, but I have had some reaction videos based off of SCP. So Cater would make sense to me. Because I think technically, depending on how you consider containment, it is possible to keep the bar from being public knowledge, at the very least. So if you could consider that containment, then yeah. Doesn't mean that SP is dangerous, that it's very difficult or costly to contain. Yep, that makes sense. Let's see, Apollyon cannot be contained. From save to XK, end of the world scenario to the... Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking, right? Like, there might be two classifications, actually. Like, there might be, like, the base classification, and then there's, like, a more redacted version that's talking about... like, it maybe being a Polygon class, possibly. But the rest of you need to eat salad before the salad eats you. Admittedly, that does sound kind of interesting. Put a video of the Nutella in space into the Discord. Okay, hold on. I need to see this. Hold on. Need to see. I can't remember how I made it to the bath, but its calming atmosphere, the sheer charm of the mixologist has kept me in this damn chair for God, how long has it been? Oh, there's another question. Does the bar time flow differently to... Does the bar time flow differently to our own universe?
Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen will be and record audio on the portable.
Wow, okay, not gonna lie though, that is like the best advertisement for Nutella ever.
Up first to capture.
That is straight up the best advertisement for Nutella. Holy. And I mean, I get it. Like, you're out in space. Of course you want something sweet. That's understandable. What? Oh. Lamp. Oh yeah, by the way, so for those who don't know, my lamp broke. My mom went and got a new one. The bar's pretty close to a star, so time should run more slowly there. Yeah. Oh, what if? Okay. That could be... Okay, we could play that a few different ways, right? Also, that is very fun, Lucy. It's kind of cute, not gonna lie. Hi, you know, how you doing? So there's two ways we could play that. Either, like, for example, you could stay for as long as you want in the bar, and then whenever you return, basically like no time has come out. Sometimes it's near instant, sometimes you go in and come out a year or more later. We could make it inconsistent. So, okay, time. Let's do, like, different options. So, no time passes. Inconsistent. Something else we could do is, like, a year inside the bar is 100 years in normal time, which would have a lot of implications, like something like that, for example. Each of these have a lot of implications. If it's inconsistent, that would be very interesting to me. Because that only makes it more difficult for the Foundation to vibe with. Because, like, if it's inconsistent, oh god. Maybe everyone has their own personal time. Oh, it depends on the person? I do like that, actually, yeah. How you doing, though, Inu? Depends on the person. I wonder what part, like, what would it, what about the patron's choice? Like, they can pick on a jukebox how much time passes in their world before leaving. Oh, that's interesting too. So we could either give it an intentionality, or... Oh, Oh, okay. Sorry, there's like there's like a lot there. What if there would be a gremlin in a creek staring at a person and then going into hiding when they get the feeling of being watched? I definitely want to do some writing about the gremlins as well, yes. I think the gremlins will definitely have to feature in some way. Maybe something like that, Lucy. It's not a bad idea. By the way, tell me if you guys find this kind of exercise fun, because this is really experimental, right? Like, I don't do streams like this normally, so it's just kind of like, we'll figure it out as we go. Like, I did do some preparations ahead of time, but nothing too crazy. You meet someone who's been missing, like Amelia Earhart? You find out she's been here for like 15 minutes max. Oh. Wait, that's a really funny idea. I like that. I like that. Oh, I like that a lot. We're driven by Monkey's Paw type's choices, though. What if there are ways to influence it, but the ways to influence it aren't always clear? Like, for example, you go in and like if you drink more drinks, more time passes in the future, and like in real time. And like if you listen to a lot of songs, more time passes. That's something like that. Like the more things you do inside the bar, the longer the time passes outside of it. Does that make sense? I hope I'm making sense. I'm back? Welcome back, mate. Didn't someone find Earhart like last month or something? Really? Hold on, let me... Amelia Earhart... found. Pilot is pretty sure he found Amelia Earhart's plane. Oh, really? Wow. Interesting. The door in the bar can appear on the ceiling? That would be funny. Here's what you'll learn when you read the story. A pilot perusing Google Earth may have stumbled across the remnants of Amelia Earhart's Lockheed Electra 10E. Oh, wow. Interesting. Zoomed in images on Google Earth. Niku Maroro Island is often posited as a final resting place. Or if not Earhart and Noonan themselves, at least the electric they were flying. Interesting. Okay, so we might have found something. That's interesting. Also, hi Port, how are you doing? Cult of the Lotus style from Greek mythos. Yeah, something like that. Where like, or like, you know in Blueprints, where like you have a number of steps depending on the room that you're in. Like, it costs you a step to go from room to room, but it doesn't cost you energy to stay in that room and just exist. Something like that could be interesting. We still think the remains got coconut grabbed. What is coconut crabbed? Also, hi Do, how you doing? Coconut crab? Sorry. I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, good morning. So yeah, I think it's depends on how many activities the person... The art was taken by coconut crabs, really? I like the idea that doing things in the bar changes the flow of time. Should probably find some kind of bar logic. Like, drinks might speed up the flow of time, because alcohol makes time fly. Exactly, yeah. Like, maybe the more fun you have in the bar, the more time passes outside of it. So, like, if you hate the bar, then, like, no time passes. Ah! Wait, that's actually kind of a fun idea. Oh, wow. This is a surprisingly complicated question to answer, though, about the time thing. Ooh, the coconut crab scarier than many SCPs. Okay, bad. Also, did you find me from that Reddit post I ended up making, Do on the Grass? I always like seeing where people find me from. Coconut crab. Also, hi, Jeffrey. Enjoyed it. Jesus Christ. I've been drinking for 30 minutes. How has it been 4 years? That would make the Foundation hate me so much. Imagine, you know, you have somebody who works really hard, but they're kind of stressed out, and one day they just disappear, and for them it's 30 minutes later, but for the Foundation it's 4 years later. Jesus Christ. I assume they're called coconut crabs because they're as big as a coconut, like they eat coconuts. The robber crab or palm thief. God dang. It says SCP occasionally on Twitch to see if anyone's doing readings. Oh, nice! Well, in this case, it's more making than reading, but hey. I think it would be called the button the slight gravitational pull because she's a star. Not a bad idea, Samba. I'm gonna write that down. Bartender has a slight gravitational pull. Made friends with co-workers. I finished a seasonal term and I never see them again. Aww, not bad. Dr. Redacted was banned from the bar for many obvious reasons. He's redacted for a reason. He just kept breaking the rules and he just got banned. I do like the idea of me being able to throw people out of the bar. It's like, you've been acting up too much. Get out. Aside, I don't think you'd ever be Cater. What would I be then, Moth? If I'm not Cater. Also, DX, thank you for enjoying your daily drink. They crack coconuts with their claws. Ah, okay. You'd be Cater, you'd probably be Euclid tops, you think? How would they contain me though, Moth? My wizard, how are you doing? Cater is, and they, no. Cater has, like, okay, no. Safe, Euclid, and Cater have nothing to do with the danger. It's only how difficult they are to contain. It has nothing to do with danger. Like, I literally have the site here, actually. Like, it does not mean the SCP is dangerous, just very difficult or costly to contain. There's there's probably one Foundation staff member going missing that the spirit is getting investigated. Is there be some kind of exotic particles or other MacGuffin science? Maybe. You can stand for sentience, will probably stay inside the box, and you haven't left my phone yet. Ah, fair. For real? Yeah. I think what you're thinking of, Moth, is Apollyon, where Apollyon is often associated with world ending. Apollyon is uncontainable. So, okay. Mind you, I'm not... Well, I know the title says turning myself into an SCP, but the idea is that the bar that we're in has its own universe, right? And that universe can connect to any other universe. The bar would be safe. Some would argue neutralized because of how it finds you, not the other way around. And safe, just let it frick with the bar, that's it. So, that's the thing. That's actually a question I wanted to ask you guys about containment. So, there are a few ways they could be containing me, right? They could say, look, this is weird, but nothing really bad happens here. Usually unpredictable in its ability to leave the box. Yeah, it says it here. Exceedingly difficult to contain consistently or reliably, with containment procedures often being extensive or complex. Often can't contain these SCPs well, due to not having a solid understanding, or lacking the technology to properly contain or counter it. So, if we consider the bar contains it, yeah, wait, okay. If we consider me and the bar separate, then the bar is the containment, is the box for me. I've self-contained. Wait, because that would make the bar Thaumiel, because Thaumiel contains another thing. And I would be like, I don't know what I would be then, safe? Wait, now we're getting complicated. This is getting complicated. The bar is the SCP your entity would ever... Yeah, I would be like SCP-90001, I would say. Like, I'm just saying a number, by the way. Not actually 9,000. Hi, Latte. This bar seems like an interesting idea. Maybe I'll canonize this into my universe. It's one of the anomalies from database of my analog SCP. That's fine. Living out of the bartender having gravitational pull mixed with average dad size. Imagine you retain your mass, and the bartender has the highest gravitational pull than otherwise recorded. Yeah, because, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Like on the Roga Cruiser? The bar is Thaumiel, Armia is 99XXA. Is deemed safe because you don't leave the bar. Yeah, yeah, I could see that. So if we're doing... I'll put Thaumiel in brackets for now. SCP XXXA and B, yeah. So... 9XXX bar? And I'm SCP-9XXX-A is bartender / me. And then SCP-9XXX-B could be like the gremlins. Because the gremlins are also there. So this is, oh my god, this is complicated. You could do what some SCPs do and first designate a bar as caterer, but have it crossed out and write Tomio. I think I'm gonna do something like, I might have like multiple things like that indeed, Adlon. Because if it's cater, then could you rescue people from the IKEA? Yes. Like, theoretically, yes. But it's unreliable, because you can't do it. Like, the connection isn't purposeful. It's... Uncanny Armia destroys an entire universe. I don't think they can deem her safe. They could decide such hope that the bar is effectively containing her. Yeah, like... If I'm if that's Tormiel, this would be like XK. What is it? XK? Is it XK? I don't remember. K-class scenario. Some kind of K-class scenario. The gremlins are probably pretty safe. Maybe your Christmas fan art because of the color. Ooh! Would we classify the numbers SCP number 1 as number 2, not SCP number A, B, etc.? Oh, would it? Okay, so then 1 and 2. Something like that. Something like this. The game is a reality universal failure. Yeah, I think that's correct. I think that's correct. We are not safe? This is interesting, by the way. So, like... Just to give you guys an idea of, like, what happens for the people who just joined in. If I go to another universe, then this happens. I destroy the entire universe. Because it's kind of like, imagine putting the entire universe into another universe. It's just not a good idea, you know? Like, yeah. XXXB is the drinks, C is the gremlins, because you don't want to jump the shark that fast. You know what? That's not an... Okay, you know what? Yeah. Drinks, and then... C. We can change the specific designations later. For now, this is just to get a bit of a general idea of, like, this is what it looks like. This is what we have. Would there be any patrons who have abandoned their home reality? That's a good question, Mage. Oh my god, there's also Myun. Oh god, this is getting more and more complicated. Maybe this can't be... Maybe this needs to be multiple SCPs or something. Oh god. Because Myun is also a thing. This is getting out of hand very quickly. Okay, so let me run through this real quick. So from top to bottom, so the bar is Thormiel. We know that. Like, the bar is Thormiel because it contains me. Then the bartender, if I do leave the bar and I go to the Foundation universe, that would be a ZK class scenario for them. Now, I am very easy to contain, so this is going to sound weird, but I think it's this. Possibly the SP is you and everything else is a projection or extension of you. Yeah, that is probably more accurate. If we do it that way... Sorry, I know I'm going, like, around a lot. But keep it as one entity. Well, okay, so technically the idea is that in my lore, I am that universe. Like, I am everything in that universe. I don't have, like, full control over that universe. I just happen to be, like, all the mass and energy in that universe. That being said, that is not something that I need to do. Are they like self-containing? Is self-containing a thing? Let's see. Like, a polyon is can't be contained, expected to breach containment. Hopping by before heading off. Hi, Sabero. Was listening to all of this and kind of wondering the SCP vending machine that dispense anything, your rival or nemesis or part of the bar? Yeah, actually, Sabero, we've talked about that a little bit already. I like the idea that the vending machine doesn't like me. And I'm just not a fan of like that we just don't get along because we have a similar thing. We do similar stuff, so like the two SCPs just don't get along, sort of deal. Ah yes, Home Alone. Oh, are you alone right now, Lucy? Just relaxing. I think self-container might be a thing. Going off the O1 proposal of the Foundation itself being anomalous. Let's see. SCP self-containing. Contain yourself? An anti-me. Okay, they consider this a cater. Holograms are technically harmless, unknown if spawned of the bounded as random thoughts and subconscious. May steal or otherwise acquire random low-value objects from patrons. The paperclip in your jacket you forgot about, the random thing you picked up on the street. Yeah, exactly. Like, that kind of thing, that's a good one. Decoy. Every time you use it equally you just talk through the bartender. Yeah. Technically speaking, if you go into the bar, you're like inside of me, which... Yes, get your loo jokes out now, folks. Get your loo jokes out. Yes, you're inside of me. Here you go. Thank you for the 10 stream streak. Enjoy the extra points. How do you leave yourself? That's a good question. That's like a very metaphysical thing, right? You know what? Okay, what if I used to be able to leave that universe, but making the bar has caused me to not be able to leave anymore? Ah, that might be an idea. Oh, sorry for the ads, by the way. What do you guys think of that idea? My sister needs to get stuff done and probably has a doctor's appointment since she woke up with weird hives. My mom's been found, so I'm now home alone with my granny, so I'll complete the home alone. And it's fair. Sometimes the right answer is to embrace the controversy. Like maybe the first person who disappeared argues that you're self-containing. Other researchers say that relying on your goodwill isn't good planning. Yeah, it could be interesting to have that discussion be a thing in the actual SCP article. Stream-minute ad? Holy shit, sorry about that. I've seen for something from the bar to the vending machine, it dispenses an empty cup with a frowny face drawn on it. That's a funny idea. Leon, the CEO of Sex Kennedy. Oh my goodness, yes, Leon Kennedy. Okay, I like the idea. It also matter you are said lost researcher as a front? Maybe. Also, somebody asked if you could go back in time, going into the bar, and I'm tempted to say yes, but I'm also saying like, oh god, that's gonna get so complicated. Because that could mean I cause paradoxes by accident. Which if I'm causing paradoxes, that suddenly makes me so much more dangerous. Like, I like the idea, but I also think it might be a bad idea to do, if that makes sense. Like, I think it's a fun idea, but on the other hand, I'm like, it's a different kind of bar you need for that, yeah. Energy drinks send you backwards, alcohol sets you forward. I really like the idea of that mage, but I feel like that's such a rabbit hole. I really like that idea. I'm trying to think of like, how would I make that work? If behavior in the bar gets you put in the drunk tank, it's generally a bad idea to end up in the drunk tank. What would the drunk tank be like? Oh god. That sounds kind of dark. If you're leaving will destroy the universe you enter, you're just remaking it into another bar. That's a good question, dude. So, in my actual lore, what happens to the other universe is it basically collapses into a black hole. So, I don't think I technically make it into another bar. I don't think there's a bar 2 necessarily. Although there could be. It's an interesting question. I'm not entirely sure yet. Okay, I want to hear what you guys think. Like, if I go to another universe, does that become a bar? So I'm just gonna check something real quick. Sorry. One moment. Okay. Is the bar just the remnants of your own universe warped around you in a supermassive black hole? You'd still be in that universe. So, I guess the best way to explain it to, imagine like the Big Bang, right? The Big Bang happens, and instead of it being like big explosion, stars, etc., it all comes back to one point, and that creates an entity. That entity happens to be me. So, it's a universe where the Big Bang is weird. Hi, Destructor Maniac, how you doing? So the bar is more like... The bar is just a part of that universe, I guess. The same gives you the choice to make it part of the bar. If not, it just adds little things, like all that universe's space stuff. There's a drink or something. That's kind of dark. Does it make another you, or are you inevitably it? I don't think it makes another me if I go outside of the universe. I think if I go outside of that universe, it just destroys that other universe. Like, and when I say destroy, I don't mean like... It's not like there's no energy or mass anymore in that other universe. It still works. It's still there. But the sheer gravitational pull and extra energy causes... like everything to just go crazy, and you know, like Earth is gone basically because it just gets pulled into the sun or something. Like it's not so much like, yeah, but it's certainly in a form of black hole. I mean basically like it's going to be transformed into, it could form a black hole. It could also just like effectively it sounds like SCP-2935 ODEF. It's like Darkseid manifesting if you leave. No, okay. Imagine for a second, right? I'm just gonna say like the solar system. Imagine the solar system, right? Now imagine if I added like the largest star ever into the solar system. Like, that's effectively the thing that happens to the universe. Like, does that make more sense? Like, just the sheer gravity and energy effectively destroys, quote-unquote, the solar system. Too much mass, yes, exactly. We're made of multiple universes at this point. If the button incorporates a new universe when they feel it's time to expand. Oh, that's dark! The mayor et al. The pool tables in Bar 1 do not obey observed laws of physics. Takaichi insisted the pool tables are physically normal, noting that Major is a Sorusa. Wait, that's a funny idea. I'm gonna write that down. Evident, you have some very good ones. That is a very good one. I like that. Ah, that's great. It started as a lemonade stand? I do like the idea of the bar extend. What the hell have I stumbled upon? Black hole, death of the universe? Are you SCP no 01? No, just the ZK class scenario. You know what? Screw you. Flintlock's your P90. No! Hi, Sonara. Also, let's see. Redaction's always the funniest / spookiest part of the SP, fully undercuts the tension. Depending, so I feel like redactions can work, but you need to use them in a clever way, personally. Like, redactions are one of those things where, like, you can absolutely make them work, but it needs to be done in a good way. Everything in the bar is you. Would you consider the drinks your bodily fluids? That's an uncomfortable question. That's a really uncomfortable question. I guess. I guess technically. Just woke up. Good morning, Sonara. I don't like the idea that you guys are drinking my body fluids. That's... What about at Bottomans? Like, can the concept of grass walk into the bar? Maybe. I think to go inside the bar, you do need conscience. You do need, not conscience, sentience. You do need to be sentient to go into the bar, because you need to be able to be stressed. So like a cat could go into the bar, because a cat can be stressed, while a tree can't walk into the bar, it can't go through a door. Now, if there's a universe where trees can walk, then... Mentioned those sapiens. Yeah, sapiens, sorry. Wait, when the lights go off, it's annoying? Yeah, that's no fun. Redactions are excellent tools, but if they come off as only cryptic, they comes off as the offer as... Yes, I agree with that too. The bartender, I've let her name to be redacted, has told me of her name times of leaving the bar, is guilt over it and for a reason she refuses to elaborate on. See, I do like that. I like the idea that I've done that before, and at this point it's like, I've done this once, I don't want to destroy another universe. I like that. So, destroyed a universe, regrets it. Yax, thank you for the sub at tier 1. Thank you. Always appreciate it. Thank you very much, hun. I am trying to get, actually, since I was talking about it earlier, I am trying to get plus for the 3rd month in a row now. We're almost there. If I get it for the 3rd month in a row, for one, it will make subs more, like, give more money. Not to mention gifts don't count. Yes, gifts don't count. Only regular subs. If PTSD, maybe. So, I need to get 100 gifts, not gifts, 100 sub points for a 3rd month in a row in order to get plus, which effectively will mean every sub is going to give me 10% more compared to what it was before, which means more money for stream. Bar strange tabletop games whose role seems distinct. These include extremely elaborated deconstructed description of the beer pong. Okay, that's also a fun idea. You guys have some good ideas, I will say. Like, genuinely good ideas. Let me just write that down real quick. Why are you doing this? I'm installing Bloodborne. Good game. Hi, Dreamer. I have a joke in my head that someone in the Foundation is cataloging all the bar games in the bar. See, that does feel like something that the Foundation would do. So, like, I'm okay with that. Like, that feels like something the Foundation would do. Like, okay, let's write down every single game in the bar. Just because, like, you know, you're researching everything about this location. In case of the deadlocked dormants, compared for how long I have tortured people, serving them is still a novelty comment. Instead of torture is destruction. Arguably destructo, although the difference is that I would feel guilty over it. Actually, is the most of the bar games are games that you can play in most normal bars. Yeah. See, the other researchers think it's a barcade of sorts. There's some stickers that put joke entries into that list. Okay. I love the fact that you guys are making this into like sort of almost like a prank thing. But like, there's a whole lot of rumors and stuff around the bar. And like the Foundation kind of knows that it exists. But everybody constantly is like, no, it's like this, guys. And then somebody else goes, no, it's not like that. It's like this other thing. And they're just all like kind of arguing. Well, one that you can only ever go to if you're stressed does sound like a prank. It does, doesn't it? Ah, thank you for the gift to Sinara DX. Thank you. I'm hungry. Go get some food. In my head, the bit is that the Bar Games Foundation guy is writing excuses to display bar games. Having a bunch of rumors around the place makes them more real, doesn't it? It does. It does. I like it. I like the idea. These are a lot of good ideas. In a second, I'm going to start writing down some more, like, concrete things. Because like, right now, this is all, like, just idea gathering, basically, right? Like, brainstorming. Maybe the people who have been there drop a matchbook or leave a coaster lying around so people see and reinforce the conspiracy. Ooh. So, like, items do remain. Yes. Items are consistent. Items are consistent within the bar. It has its own time flow. So while there is its own time flow within the bar, if you drop something there and somebody else comes in later, they can effectively pick up that item. Ooh, you could do crazy stuff with that. Because, like, I know it's unintentional. It's very difficult to make that intentional. But that could be incredibly powerful. The Foundation discovered the time-dilating effect of alcohol in the bar by having someone investigate drinking games there. Maybe like a D-class got really stressed and ended up in the bar and just drank a lot of stuff. I'll drive all the SCPs in the universe up the wall. In theory, this could cause so many containment breaches. Like, imagine one of the other SCPs being kind of stressed and just suddenly disappearing. Like, you know that reality bender girl? I know she's in a coma, canonically. At least I think she is. But, like, imagine if she wasn't, right? And she just doesn't want to be there. And all of it, so she hallucinates, she just, like, summons a door that leads to the bar. So she just, like, dips. The Foundation would freak out. Why had the drunk tank is you experience your own time flow while in the time flow of the bar? That's an interesting idea. I don't know about the drunk tank, personally. You guys was gonna get got by something and just disappear in a Foundation event. What the hell? Not supposed to have that yet. Where do you find it? What do you mean at the bar down the street? There's no bar down the street! Is it fate time and anything inside remains static, but if you leave, time catches up? At least the time items in the place. That way you potential competition can't steal the drinks because they disintegrate when leaving. I do think you can't take drinks out of the bar. I do think that. So can't take drinks out of the bar, I think is definitely on point. Like, you have to drink the drinks inside the bar. You cannot leave with them. And maybe also food items, drinks, food, cannot be consumed inside the bar. It's rude to bring your own food. I think that's solid. So, like, you can't consume all food inside the bar. Like, yeah, no outside food or drink allowed in the bar. Exactly. Oh my goodness. This is a lot of stuff, holy. As an aside, the containment protocol being put a chair on the door is still very funny to me. I know that's not gonna work actually, but I kind of wish it did. What if the time you leave relative to the time you enter is based on the grade of inebriation? Yes, actually, Moff, that's kind of what we were doing with the activities thing. Leave Stone Cold Sober, you leave like 5 seconds after you enter, but if you leave staggering drunk, you're gonna come home some hundreds of years later. Okay, so there's two ways we can do this. So either we do it that way, because that's a good idea, Moff, that the inebriation thing, or let's put a chair on the create thought, but the question is, which freaking door? So we could either do it inebriation levels, and maybe like, maybe the bartender tries to keep you from getting too drunk. Because I've talked about this before, a bartender's job is not to make you drunk. A bartender's job is to make sure you enjoy your drinks without getting drunk. So that's one way. Or we do it based on activities. So like, the more stuff you do inside the bar, like play games, like hang out with people, drink drinks, etc., the more time passes. I kind of like the inebriation thing. It has the least dilation. I like both of these. The bar isn't the remainder of your past universe, drawn in and assimilated in a big crunch, not to put it bluntly, and see any consistency in your destruction of other universes. As part of creating science fiction, as opposed to high fantasy, is designing a pseudo-rational flow of facts that work together. But even items like drinks can't leave because they're you and thus would end the world. Hold on. Let me just think about that real quick. But wait, hold on. So, why do you think it needs to be my past universe, do? Because that's... The bar, so, okay, to be clear, there's Universe A, which is like... Also, hi Zilla. There's Universe A, which is me, right? And the bar is just a part of me that I use to, like, make what is now the bar. Does that make sense? And then the other universe that I went to wasn't necessarily assimilated, but it's more... I guess it would be assimilated, now that you say that. Huh. Yeah, no, actually, that makes sense. So these are overused and have already been implemented into existing SCPs? I mean, there's no such thing as an original idea, right, Savox? Well, we're doing a writing experiment right now. This might end up being cool. This might end up being terrible. You know, we're just trying to put something together that might be neat. So, I'd rather try, and if it ends up being bad, then, you know, we scrap it and we move on. And if it's good, then awesome. If you simply are this third space, you would not have control over outside contact. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, do. I don't think I have control over outside contact. I don't know if I was clear about that already. You just emailed me about the gifted sub? I'm on the stream, might email me. Yeah, I don't know why it does that now. What if it's a little bit of A, a little bit of B? What if inebriation is a multiplier? You're there doing all sorts of stuff for an hour and change. If you're sober, time doesn't move much. If you're even a bit tipsy, it multiplies. Ah, that's a good idea. Like, inebriation is a multiplier to time spent. The drunker you are, the more time spent. So, hold on. If the bar isn't the remainder of your past universe, drawn in and assimilated in a big crunch, then not to put a... Bluntly, I don't see any consistency in your destruction of other universes. So, I do want to be very clear. There is one universe that got destroyed, right? Like, there's only one other universe that got destroyed. And I think that's what caused... Yeah, we need to find consistency there. As far as, like, interdimensional thing, though, right? With connection... Yes. This is already cool, thank you. Wow, that's why intentionally creating a third space like the bar as opposed to assimilating a universe is a direct contradiction. Okay, wait, because... I don't really understand why it's a contradiction, do. I'm just gonna make a drawing real quick to explain my logic, and then let's go from there, because I want to hear you out, but I don't really understand why it's a contradiction. So I just want to make a quick... just gonna make a quick drawing. I made the bar with no doors. That's a fair point. Okay. So... Hold on, I'm just gonna make a drawing real quick. You create a drink of your preferences if you've been in the bar long enough. I think you get your preference regardless. So, okay. I'm just gonna visualize this, because, like... But how ways did you get when you as a patron leave the bar, you're completely sober, just bamboozled? Maybe. Because, like, I see the problem. I see the problem what you mean do. I think I see the problem, but I think there's a way to fix it. So let's try and see if we can fix it somehow. How does last call work in the bar? That's a good question. I'm not sure. If you have any ideas for it, feel free to let me know. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to make a quick writing thing. Okay, this is gonna look dumb, but this is just to visualize the logic, right? Okay. Like I said, it's not gonna look good, but it's purely to visualize this. So Universe A exists, right? The bar exists within Universe A. The bar only came into existence after Universe B was destroyed, right? Because what happened is, I was effectively lonely. I tried to go to Universe B. That ended up destroying Universe B, possibly in a big crunch kind of situation. And then I ended up making the bar as a way to still be able to connect with people without destroying said universe. Does that make sense? The first step is understanding the whole picture, the final step is writing. Yes. Right now we're just trying to get like the whole thing and like trying to make it consistent. This guy will probably just be X amount of time before Army and nap time? Maybe, yeah. Like, I think it's okay to not know everything about what we're writing. Like, I think it's okay to not have everything be explained, right? That makes sense. You let them in, you can't leave. Yes, exactly, do. Does that make more sense? Maybe a tragic footnote speculates that Armia couldn't bear the thought of destroying 101. Honestly, he's straight up destroying one of them already. That's the same fate cotton. Exactly, do. I think the idea of if a drink leaves that destroys that universe is also interesting, but very destructive, because let's be honest, if you're a bit drunk, you take your beer with you, kind of deal. You know, it's a bit too killy, in my opinion. So I think rather than that happening is that, like, at the threshold, it just doesn't let you through with those drinks. Like, either they disintegrate once you leave, or you simply cannot go through. Like, it just doesn't let you. I think that would make sense. Sorry, by the way, there's a lot of stuff going on. I think that would be a last call. The bartender is there forever, unaffected by fatigue and doesn't need to sleep, eat, or anything else. So I would be effectively a star. I'd say it would depend on how drunk the patron is, if it's still holding the drink, etc. I think they cannot leave with a drink. If they have drunk the drink and then try to leave, that's fine. Now here's the question. Could they leave with a... Oh, excuse me. Could they leave with a glass? Like an empty glass? Some inconsistencies are fine and can be fun. Depends on the inconsistency, but yes. It's an emergency sliding glass door if you feel yourself in someone's hands too close to the exit. I love the idea of that, dude. Just like, pong! If the drink passes through, they become relatively the size they should be in real space. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what happens if that. There's more physical comedy if the patron can leave but the drink can't. Maybe this is a tale rather than an SCP. Honestly, Sir Vox, that might be what it ends up being. Like I said, we are kind of just going, like, you know, we're just kind of gathering ideas. We're kind of putting this together. I don't know yet what the final product is gonna look like, you know? But I think there's potential here. But I do get your logic, the Vox. It might end up being better as a tale rather than an SCP. Alternatively, whenever asked, they say they're waiting for the next bartender to relieve them. Is yet to happen, assuming it will ever happen. Does the bartender ever dabble in her own drinks? I think yes. Don't bring the glass because it might be a mental thing. It's on your mind because the bar creates your imagination into reality. I don't think it. Does it? Okay, so Zilla's idea is basically you go into the bar, and the bar is different for everyone based on your imagination. I don't mind that idea, but I don't think that's. So when you have second drafts, writing for fun is good. Yes, exactly. Like right now, we're just kind of drafting. Someone takes the glass and the gremlins come after them. Take the glass back in the left sock. Okay. While I don't know if that's a good idea, the gremlins could leave the bar. That is very funny. Just like, yeah, we had a glass, but then like a bunch of gremlins appeared and they just like took them back into the bar. Would that make the bar you could an hallucination? It would. I don't think I like the idea of the imagination thing. Good idea. Repeat patron stops coming by, but leaves you with a stack of outside dishes and glasses. You let people leave with reminders. Oh, that is a cute idea. Like, I do think it's a solid thing, but yeah. Why not experience a set of imagination? That's a good question. Hi, Zero. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna write that down real quick, because that's a really good idea, too. Like, a repeat patron stops coming, but leaves you with a stack of outside dishes and glasses. So I can let people leave with reminders. That's a fun idea. Wrong level! Hey Zira, how you doing? I know everyone wants a perfect anomaly for this anomaly for my lore, but it's somewhat of a local joke, local reference, not really understandable for non-Ben 10 fans. Fair enough. Perhaps leaving would be like a small weather event / natural disaster in the area around the outside of the exit door. Let's talk about the gremlins later. You're trying to make a reason for the different stream redeems happening too. So one idea I had for the stream stuff is, if we do want to have a reference to stream in this sort of thing, I would make it part of the cover that the Foundation has. So, okay, let's talk about containment. How do you contain something like this from becoming, like, known? You make it an urban fantasy. You make it, like, urban legend, right? You make it one of those things like, oh, that doesn't exist, guys. Ghosts aren't real. Like, that kind of thing. So, my logic would be that they basically made like an urban legend. The Foundation gave you your PC in the streaming setup. I don't think the Foundation gave me the PC, or like the bartender the PC, but more like that this stream is like a cover for the actual thing, if that makes sense. By making it look fictional to the outside world, they effectively contain it to the outside world. Does that make sense? It was me, chat. I gave her a PC. Zero! I'm making toast with peanut butter. Enjoy. I do like me some peanut butter. Let's organize this a little bit, because this is getting a bit complicated at this point. So, containment. Well, it's technocracy. Yeah, kinda. Like, the logic is, containment can take a lot of forms, right? Like, there's one called the alleyway, SCP alleyway, which, by the way, doesn't have an SCP number. Its item number is alleyway. Object class, not dangerous. Tautological language is permitted in this file and similar documents due to the nature of what it's describing. Basically, it's just an alleyway that smells of piss, and like there's something about it that's like anomalous, but yeah, like it's It's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. But like something like this, for example. Anyway, dry, smells of piss, slightly musky. It's just London. That's the joke. That's the joke that it's in England. Does Foundation even need to make an urban legend to explain a lightweight bar one? Just sponsor a bunch of ultra-exclusive hidden bars with no advertisements? That's true, they don't even need to make an urban legend. Honestly, maybe the containment isn't... Maybe containment isn't that difficult. You continue by reaching in and flipping your sign to closed. Okay, that's a very funny idea, Destructo. I'm gonna write some of these containment ideas because there's some very funny ones. Like, flip the sign to closed. That's genuinely funny. Windbreaker, enjoy your drink, and Link, enjoy your drink. Got bone hurting juice. Oof, ouch, ow, your bones. What would the bartender think about the Foundation? Because she's antagonistic to them. I don't think she's antagonistic. At most, I think she thinks they're annoying sometimes. Because, like, they come in and just are like, alright, answer all my questions now. And, like, the bartender's just like, alright, chill. So really quickly, let me... So SCP 1459, I'm gonna have to look that one up real quick. 1459. No, not 149. It's a doggo. Testing is to continue indefinitely. So, wait, why? Hidden is the way is exactly what MTF Epsilon 6 is trained for? One very important question to consider. Will you destroy the universe only because you believe you will? Also, ow. You have the sound existence, so up to you, the writer, to decide whether you destroy that first universe on contact. That was an inciting incident. Also, ow. Containment, just let it be. Also, hi, Mapel. Also making the area restricted private property, or like divide the road so no one goes on that road. I feel like if you make it restricted private property, that would make it more suspicious rather than less. Content warning. Animal crew. Oh no! Okay, hold on. An interviewer once came to the bar and asked the bartender about her knowledge of other anomalies. So we know about the beef between bar 1 and the vending machine. There's a one-sided beef originated from the first-person toaster. I am a toaster. I am a toaster. Here's a thought. So, containment protocol. Put a chair on the door. That's a funny idea. Also, ow. So, I think it's not with the power of belief necessarily, or maybe, Actually, you know what? Okay, I want to hear people's opinions on this before I say yes or no. What do you guys think? Would I destroy another universe because I believe it? Or... Yeah! Bartend class, end of the world scenario. You've run out of booze. How does the bar get its drinks? Fantastic question. That's a good question. She thinks them as very, very tired patrons. Like them always thinking those questions just in her eyes, their way to let loose. Maybe, yeah. I do like the idea of... Also, have a good lag, Mapel. I do like the idea, and hi, Hans, of the bartender kind of seeing... Like, mostly being like, hey, I'm here to take care of you. Like, I'm a bartender. That's what I do. The drinks are her, I thought. They get suggested like anything else and stop being her. I think that's right. I think that's correct. And because it's basically a universe, in theory, I could probably run out of out of drinks. But we're talking about, like, an entire universe's worth of drinks. Like... There is an end point to the bar, right? There is, at some point, in the very far future, an end to our own universe as well. But to humans, it might as well be, like, infinity away. Also, Windbreaker, you give the 3 stream streak, enjoy the extra points. We're going to other dimensions too. It's a space where other world... Yes. It's connected to all dimensions. So I do think... maybe it's not Thaumiel. Ah! Tough. This is tough. Chortling, enjoy a drink, huh? Or perhaps scratch it, because it would be funny if the bar had drinks that were not recognizable as drinks to anybody from this universe. Yes, exactly. Already been here, I'm just lurking. Oh, whoops. Sorry about that.
I'll have 2 bourbon, a
Consider it
double
for
bourbon,
consideration.
a shot of tequila with lemon, 1 sambuca, 2 beers, 1 with a shot and a GLS of water.
That's a lot of stuff, but alright, sure. Enjoy your drink, my pal. Is it going to be submitted for consideration in the SCP Wiki, or is it mostly a lore-building exercise for you, such as? If I am happy with the full thing, with the completed thing, I might end up submitting it for consideration. It depends a lot on, like, how it comes out. Which doesn't mean how dangerous an SCP... Yeah, I know it's not related to danger. It's more about, like, how difficult this is to contain. Because we were thinking that the bar is Thaumiel, but now I'm thinking it might be Cater after all. Could be that matter does come in some way, that it never runs out of drinks? Maybe. Okay, I do have an idea on how that happens. Really an author on the wiki? No, I'm not. Which, I realize, by the way, there's a very high likelihood that even if I do submit this as an SCP, that it gets rejected. That's fine. This is a writing exercise. We're trying to just make something neat, you know? And if it ends up being good enough to become an SCP, awesome. But 1 bourbon, 1 scotch, 1 beer. I ain't seen a BB like since the last. Maybe that, like, if matter does come in some way. Interesting idea. You know that song, Nia? I do not. So, SCP-1459, why do we need the testing on that? We're having a cosmic cat named Galaxy Destroyer or Gala for short in this bar. Like a therapy cat that helps stress customers with its purring. So, there is actually a cat, technically, in this bar. It's called Myun. Hold on, let me grab Myun real quick. Where's Myun? Hold on. Sorry for essaying? You're fine. It doesn't become a file or tale. It can just be a bit of more elaboration of the lore. Yeah, we'll see what it ends up being. Also, I'm gonna read that in just a sec, dude. Let me just find Myun real quick. Myun. Where is Myun? What the heck? I can't find him. SCP were you looking at? 1459. I'll link it real quick. This one. Rusty et al. Speculated that Bar 1 could be permanently contained by establishing an egalitarian society, which nobody would be stressed or in need of a break. This highly impractical scheme was rejected. Rossi disappeared. Follow-up investigations could not confirm that Rossi permanently relocated to Bar 1. That's a funny idea. I like that. It's like, we have to destroy stress itself in order to contain this bar. That's a genuinely good idea. Can you give the bartender gifts from outside the bar? I think yes. Is a supernatural regulation done through supernatural means? Okay, here it is. Took me a second to find Myun. There he is. The containment clause can also mean how hard it is to cover up. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Sampa. Like, I think for that, Cater makes sense. And yeah, this is Myun. He's a little planet cat. So, Myun is actually older than the, Meadow's birthday? Is it Meadow's birthday? Oh no, I forgot. Also, Gwen's? Gwen's is in May, I think. You need to ask her again. Also, roaches? Oh, yeah, I don't know about roaches, actually. Testing on 1459 only continues because another SCP the Foundation used as a combination engine to reduce SCP-related incidents said they needed perpetually test. They don't actually do it because they're cruel. Ah, I see. In the bar's back office, there's just a small pile of gifts / LNF trinkets. does time and space work inside the bar? So the idea is that time flows based on the amount of things you do. I'm just asking, but I don't know off the top of my head. I have them written down somewhere. So it depends on how many activities have performed and how drunk you get. The drunker you get, and the more stuff you do, the more time passes. Does Myun orbit around an artificial sun in a fishbowl, sleep in a cat bed, orbit about in a burb cage? Burb Myun from the Discord reference? I do like Burb Myun. So Myun, I imagined it to be like planet-sized. Originally. But I'm not sure. Is that like Catherine's bar? Catherine, from the game, right? I know I want to play the game Wonder Stop. Wait, which one is Wonder Stop? Oh, Wonder. Yeah, kind of. Wonder Stop is... Yeah, actually, Wonder Stop is a very good comparison to the bar. Where, like, you can't leave until you're chill. Like, you need to learn to relax first, and once you can relax, then you're allowed to leave. I still need to play Wonder Stop, a very good game. Remember the game, Catherine? I think it was the Drunken Sheep or something. Yeah. How does time and space work within the bar? Really well, it works really well. What rules are there in the bar? You said no. You know what? There's something good to look at. So, bar rules. Let's put down some bar rules. So, no smoking, no outside food or drink. Hi Kushaya, how are you doing? I think also, one swear per person every 24 hours, which is based on my own, I think that time stuff might go badly, like someone has a lot to drink and then when they leave, all their friends are dead. Yes, which is one of the more dangerous things. Also consider some of the aspects of the bar to relate to some of Valhalla. Yes, Valhalla is definitely a big inspiration. It is an altered perspective type thing. It seems small when you approach, never seems to get closer, just bigger. I do actually like the idea of Myun being able to change its size. Like maybe size is just very relative in that universe. Also, let me read that essay real quick. I almost forgot. Let's see. There's a thought in my head that may only make sense in mine, that the final addendum implies he doesn't notice that food and drink residue, the non-anomalous plates and cups, while anomalous, do not destroy the world. Thus, the Foundation is implicitly required to continue the lie that she is dangerous, that she unpredictably destroy that which they have in storage. Ooh. Interesting idea, do. That's a very interesting idea. I like that. I like the idea of that being like a subtle implication. Like, it's not necessarily confirmed, but it could be true. What if the entrances to the under-universe let excess energy from them come inside? They're not actively stealing power, more passively absorbing dispersed energy, while the drinks are away. So I like that angle. Is there a swear jar? I think so, yeah. It's every shift? How long is the shift? Patrons don't need to worry about things like that. They don't work here. Yeah, actually. How long is the shift? Don't worry about it. Phrase it at no outside food or drink inside. We get bad humously with no inside food or drink outside. Yeah, actually. That's good, that's good. I really like this idea of the excess energy thing. What if, to kind of build on that idea, every time you try to take like residue or anything like that out, any drink that's inside of you, that amount of energy gets taken from your universe. Basically like a one-to-one swap, if that makes sense. Like, you take away, quote-unquote, one energy, and you give one energy, so to speak. Outside kitty cat, you say? Oh my, what a chunkster. Yeah, it's a bit of a unit. Anyway, folks, if you haven't already, and you would be interested in that sort of thing, feel free to check out my Discord as well. Very, very lovely place. We talk about stuff like this there all the time. So if you want to hang out, or join me for the anime night tomorrow, that is more than welcome. If you phrase it as, yeah, so no outside food, drink, inside. No, inside food slash drink, outside. How could the universe get energy back? I think it's always an equivalent exchange. So, it gets the same amount of energy that I take, if that makes sense. Like, only if a drink goes outside of the bar, that amount of energy would then also be, like, transferred back and forth. Maybe that's how I destroyed that other universe, actually. By an accidental, like, over-the-top reaction of energy. If someone threw a head crab into the bar. So there's an interesting... You know what? No fighting in the bar? And the question is, how are bar rules enforced? That is neat, yeah. Like the sort of like the... If someone attempts to kill the bartender, no trying to kill the bartender. A few all that's left in our universe, does the matter come from the person? It's more like... I'm more like the personification of that universe. The GOC will attempt to kill you. How do you stop them in their reality benders? I think what might happen, right, is if you go into the bar just overrides everything. Like, it would be kind of OP in that regard. But basically, if you're in the bar rules become unchangeable. Like, you can't try to kill the bartender because it's like a law of the universe. You only check any superpowers when you enter. Yeah, no superpowers. Yeah, yes, Lily, what's up? No superpowers. Behave. His birthday is March 20th? Wait, it is? Oh no! Oh my goodness. You oil barrel. No! I completely forgot about Gwen's birthday. Oh no! How many times did the bartender's life such as asking any personal questions also gets a patron kicked? Yeah, although I feel like a personal question wouldn't necessarily get you kicked. It would be more like, oh, I don't want to answer that. And if you're really insistent, then you'd get kicked. But what if the visitor is all that is left from that universe? Then... Oh, that's a good question, Aku. I mean, the question is then, like, how did they even survive to the point to come into the bar? Oh, Armia, wow. Most cases in the case of attempt to break the rule, like a timeout, or you're evicted. Disappear from the bar, you pop into an abandoned room/building, matching the current interior of the bar. And that's a fun idea. Imagine the question, can I choke you? It is interesting to be thinking about these universal rules. Like, even if you're a reality bender, you can't change those rules, kind of deal. What if they need the superpower to live/exist? Oh man. What happens if someone is barred from the bar? I think if they're barred from the bar, they just cannot enter. If they're inside the bar, they just get thrown out. Sorry, I'm trying to think about this, because there's some interesting ideas. Later? Question mark? Yeah, no hurting the bartender. SCP Foundation agents are automatically banned? I don't think so. I don't think they would be automatically banned. Like, I don't think I would automatically keep the Foundation out. I do think if the outside organizations do exist in this canon, she'd almost certainly be brought under the wing of the Serpent's Hand and the Wanderer's Library. Which is the Serpent's Hand? So I don't actually know the Serpent's Hand. Hold on. I'm gonna check them out real quick. We get like a very short version. Small but formidable, militant, leaderless, resistance organization opposed to the SCP Foundation. Ah, yeah. And the Wanderer's Library is... just to double check. I know, this is just like... Let's see. Near Endless Extra-Dimensional Library that catalogs almost all known universe information in the multiverse. Classified as a Dunwich class nexus, being a Crossroads class nexus, it's only effective by a ways. Dimensional doors that require specific rituals to use. Have we addressed unban requests? Like, you only get kicked out for a set period of time rather than forever. I think it depends on what you try to do, Windbreaker. I think if somebody tries to kill the bartender, that's like a permaban. Like, if you try to kill another person, you just get permabanned. Basically. I do like this rules thing. Yeah, I do think the other organizations exist. I think the Wanderer's Library exists. I think the Serpent's Hand does exist. And maybe at one point they try to recruit this universe into them. But I think the bartender isn't interested in that. I'm kind of leaning on the sort of, you know, the trope of like the hyper powerful merchant kind of deal, where like you fight with a merchant and they actually end up being like more difficult to fight than like the final boss sort of deal. Like that's the kind of vibe I'm going with. But the logic being that, hey, the bartender doesn't really care about level 20 tavern keep. Yeah, that kind of thing. The Tinker rule, exactly. So like, someone falls asleep in the bar, they place the rest. I think yes. UC has definitely tried to blow up the bar. Yeah, probably. They probably did. They probably brought in like a nuke or something. It was just like, ow. I actually love the idea that the GOC tried to like bring in like a nuke or something along those lines. And just, there was never a door that opened there. Then eventually, even when they managed it, it just didn't do anything. What if in said universe reincarnation is possible? You are banned for one lifetime. But you are given one chance to behave properly. If you, the ban is lifted, but if you transgress the second time, that's it for the rest of your existence. Huh. That's an interesting idea, Maniac. There's been only one permanent ban in relation to the Foundation. His name has been scrubbed from all records, but his ban remains. Ayamia, it's been a long time since I last read SCP. It's definitely evolved a lot since, like, even just a few years ago. I think they're doors to the bar and crap. Yeah, maybe the bartender just really doesn't get along with the GOC because of that. Because they constantly, like, she sees them as kind of a nuisance. Like, stop trying to blow me up. It's very rude. Mister, enjoy your drink, Han. It was forced by reality itself. That's a place that would make a chaotic deity cranky. It would. The apparent inability of so-called reality bandits to affect the bar environment is of particular interest. According to Takaichi, the barton is amenable to Bar 1 being used as a kind of a neutral ground for civil discussions. Fortunately, testing the safety of such arrangements remains difficult. More research is needed. I do like the idea that reality benders, for some reason, just don't work in the bar. The question being why, of course. Now, that doesn't need to be perfectly explained. But there is an interesting thing of like, that doesn't work. The GC have their own reality benders and stuff. They convince the world that this door is actually a door to the bar. Doing stuff in the bar itself would be difficult. Yeah, I think they could get into the bar. And maybe that's also how the Foundation goes there. Okay, so if you're banned, can't find the bar, like, cannot find. What if you try to force your way in through reality bending, etc., you are forcefully ejected, I think. Often with significant bodily harm. I do think if you're really gonna try... Actually, no. Newtonian. So the harder you try, the more it hurts. Like, if you are banned and you really try to go, you can hurt yourself, basically. Name someone specific who's banned? Probably actually the Scarlet King. Like, I imagine the Scarlet King tried to kill the bartender at one point. It probably happened. What if the nuke did go off, but rather than a density kaboom, the device gave a firecracker pop, because as strong as such a weapon is, listen, it's not that big of an explosion. Yeah. I do like that. Literally all of Chaos Insurgency? Chaos Insurgency... I think... must pet Myun at least once. There should be one very silly rule. Well, there's kind of one. Like, any harmful effect tries to manifest, they become relative to the universe that's becoming harmless again. Yeah, true. Like, unless you could, like... I guess unless you drop, like, even a black hole wouldn't really... What if I don't want to pet Myun? Too bad! You must! Just once. Just once, though. Once is okay, but you need to do it at least once. Oh, how about don't feed the gremlins? Because otherwise the gremlins will just come out. You must pet Myun for official entry, yeah. What if I don't do it, though? Maybe you just expel then. Like, you don't get banned, you just don't get to go in. There's a cat in this, right? What if you're allergic to cats? No allergies allowed. You simply stop being allergic. Wait, I actually love the idea of somebody who's like allergic to, like, for example, in real life, I am allergic to tomatoes, right? Like, so imagine like inside, I can eat a tomato. So you end allergies. Visitors from Alagada are weird, but they pay well. What is Alagada? I don't think I know that. What's the one saying? Sorry, I need to check something real quick. Okay, fixed it. Don't feed the gremlins during the late shift. Nobody has observed the shift other than the late shift. That's a good one. During the late shift. The Foundation can become aware of the existence of the bar via someone's unhinged attempts to deliver an unbanned request. I do like the idea that there's just some like insane person who wants to get an unbanned request there. Like maybe they do like a big thing in real life to get my attention, quote unquote. Look at as the Hanged King's realm / city. Ah, gotcha. The cat just pushes itself into people's hands whenever they reach for their drinks, just even if you don't want to. What if on the ban list there are a few names in undecipherable characters as the bar reaches multiple universes? Yeah, it's probably like banned. It's like some creature in another reality. Bouncer is an unseen force within the bar that will either forcibly eject you or cause immense amounts of pain. If you attempt to force your way in, there are no known methods to record the bouncer's presence. They have no energy signature. That's one way to go. I don't know if I want to make like a fifth thing, because we already have like, we already have like 5 things. I don't know if I want to make like yet another thing in the bar. If Dr. Bright was canon, still, I do think he'd be on the ban list. That's valid. I don't actually know anything about the whole Dr. Bright thing. I've heard it's, like, somewhat controversial, so, like, I tend to avoid controversy. Honestly, banning was a bit harsh. Poor Wushu. I like to think that rule breakers will be forcibly ejected, yeah. Like, I think it's more of a... it just happens kind of deal. Rather than there's a specific... oh my goodness. Raiders! Welcome in. Hello, everyone. Hi there, N7E as well over on YouTube. Welcome, Fiend. Sorry for the ads, by the way. They'll be done in just a sec. Fiend for hot fries. Let me give you a shout out. How you doing, Fiend? How's Heartopia? With a personification of a star, right? Therefore you can manipulate gravity. Well, not necessarily. But yes, welcome everyone. My name's Armia, Lady of the First Stars, also known as the Queen of Scuff. But today I'm just one thing, your bartender. Welcome in, Raiders. How y'all doing? How was your stream, Fiend? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Allergies don't exist. Yeah, we are writing myself as an SCP, basically. Hi, Tang Inc. How you doing? Raiders, if you need to go get yourself some drinks and eat self-care, all that stuff, please do. But if you want to stick around and enjoy the show, maybe join in the thinking about ideas, that is more than welcome. What payment does the bar take for drinks? That's a good question. Is this your biblically accurate VTuber model? No, this is my gremlin model. I also have a normal model that you might have seen if you come in from YouTube. Yeah, hi Tank, hi Ink, how are you both doing? And yeah, Fiend, how was your stream, sweetheart? Sorry, I feel like I said that already. I was being an SCP, pretty fun so far. Like, I'm really enjoying, like, we have a lot of stuff here. Lots of good ideas, etc. And right now we're working on bar rules. So right now the bar rules are no smoking, no fighting, no superpowers, no hurting the bartender, no outside food or drink inside, no inside food or drink outside, one swear per person every shift, must pet Myun at least once, don't feed the gremlins during the late shift, nobody has seen any shift other than the late shift. I just wonder why the gremlin models fit the VTuber more than a regular one. Did they call them biblically accurate VTuber models for the VTuber? Ah, gotcha. The gremlin model... So I feel like sometimes it fits me, and sometimes the other model fits me better. You find which me sent me an ad when I came in? Yeah, the timing. No. Per person per shift? One swear per person... per shift, yes. Waiters are required to set up a tab on entering the bar. None of our agents have observed a tab being settled. Yes, okay. Everyone has a tab at the bar. Nobody has ever seen a tab being settled. I love that. Because, okay, we could make that kind of a little bit threatening as well, if we wanted to. Because we could say, the tab will be eventually, like, we could hint at, like, a way. Oh my goodness. Araxis! Welcome, Raiders! Let me give you a shout out real quick. Almost 100 line last Defense Academy. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is ArmiaStars, Lady of the First Stars! But today I'm just one thing, your bartender. Welcome in. How y'all doing? If you need to go get yourself some drinks, some to eat, self-care, all that stuff, please do. But if you want to stick around, that's more than welcome. We are currently making an SCP out of myself. An SCP, we're making myself into an SCP. Hi, Kameda. So what's your channel about? I see SCP. May I interest you in an indie bomb inspired by this game? If you're... Wait. N7E. Also, sorry, what should I call you, by the way? Because I can't read Korean, so I'm not sure what your name says. That is not settled with money. Yeah, that's just it. Like, we could make that a little bit threatening if we want. Like, what is it settled by? I don't know if all tabs will be settled. To answer your question, N7E, are you talking about, oh, what's that game called? It's like an action game. What if you pay with memories? Like, you tell your story, listen to your life experience, get something fitting for your current predicament. Different lives are different flavors. Oh, I do like that. And there's Park, but you can call me Blue Guy if you forget. Because I'm blue, dabba-dee-dabba-die. Okay, lots of good ideas here. Time is your payment. Your tab settles when you meet fate. Oh, oh my god! Wrong level! Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna very quickly catch up with chat. I need to write something real quick. Hold on. Because there's a lot of good ideas here in a very short time, and I just need to like. So, what if you play with memories? Like you tell your story, and based on your life experience, I really like that idea. Like playing with memories, kind of thing, is a very cool idea. Like, tell me your story, and that's your tab. That's kind of nice. That's like not a... Like, that's not a very threatening thing, and I like that. Then, time is your payment, your tab settles when you meet fate, is also a solid plan idea. Like, all of these are very solid, so you guys are fantastic. I hope you guys know that, because you guys are being 10 out of 10. What if you're too shy to talk to the bartender when you want a drink, or can't talk to people due to being deaf? Ah, that's a good question, actually. I'm not sure. Not taking memory, just telling them. Yes, just telling them. You had a Project Moon and 3 games that are connected. I have played Library of Ruina, Park. The game I was thinking of is something else. It's an action game. Side-scrolling action game. That's very SCP inspired. Oh, by the way, Fox, if you haven't already, feel free to check out my Discord as well. Very lovely community, definitely worth checking out. I'm very, very proud of that place. Are we already taking time from amount of interactions in the bar? Yeah, we are. Bartender is able to understand all languages, including those long thought dead. Yes, definitely. The tab will be settled. I'm not thinking of Project Moon, though. There's a different game. I think it's a Chinese game originally. I remember playing it, but I don't remember the name. Hold on. I'm just gonna look it up real quick, because it's gonna bother me. Then we're gonna get back to writing. Chinese game, SCP inspired. Oh, I found it. I found it. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys real quick. I'm just gonna show you guys the trailer real quick. Because it'll make sense to any SCP fans. And then we're gonna get back to writing.
Hello, package for
You are everything, you are one with everything. So people giving their memories is a way where you can live vicariously through the patrons. I do like that, Destructor. After this game? Yeah, I love this game. It's very fun. I absolutely recommend this game. It's very fun. Interview logs? Interview logs conducted by researchers all redacted beyond the relevant information of them. Try to find out how tabs are settled. That's where all these potential theories are brought up. Channels with ideas can write them.
Anyway,
that's a solid plan,
as long
dude.
as the girl has awakened, no one can stop our plan.
Like, this is very SCP vibes, right? Like, it's not straight up SCP, but it's very close.
Remember last
I love this game.
Consortium
It's
opened the
very
gate.
fun.
Hinterland.
I mean, some of these, this is just straight up an SCP.
Dangerous thing to realize.
Like, the inspiration is pretty... I just call it cyberpunk? No, no, no. It is... This is very explicitly SCP. Like, it's cyberpunk. But this is very explicit. That's just straight up the crocodile. Like, just straight up.
Repeat the same disaster that happened 18 years ago.
The How to Destroy Lizard, yeah, that's the one. Like, don't get me wrong though, I do see why you say it, just call it cyberpunk. But yeah, this link took every SCP as a boss battle, yeah. And our character herself is kind of an SCP as well.
None of your concern.
I see.
Cyberpunk. But yeah, it's a very fun time. And I mean, the style is fantastic. I really like this game. I think it's a well-made game. Anyway, yeah. You couldn't be any more on the nose if you try to, yeah. I think it was originally meant to be an SCP game, but because of like copyright issues, they ended up making something their own thing. Which, valid, you know. Anyway, sorry, let me catch up with chat real quick, because you guys had a lot of good ideas. So, interview logs is a very good idea. I love the idea of the interview logs. No one makes an SCP. It implies a coherent world to the viewer through the visible the details. Yep. Which is a very cool thing about SCP, and in general about... Not just SCP, but like, in general, like, coherent worlds in any given, like, setting, right? Like, Lord of the Rings is very interesting in that regard, because The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings are in the same books, are in the same universe. Very coherent in that regard. Let's see. So I love the idea of the interview logs about the tab at the bar. I keep hearing bartender. You studied mixology too. I was a bartender for 3 months, Park, in Brussels. For some reason I forgot the name of the city for a second. I'm still 99% sure it's Mafia. This means anything as long as it's good fiction. Need to figure out full Meiji law? Good luck. The Mafia Bar, that one. The Mafia Bar. Yeah, I'm still 99% sure I worked at a Mafia Bar. Because the drinks were all like $150 and everybody paid in exact change. I never saw anyone return any money there. Another major law beats, but I want to try and just iron out the details. That's awesome. I know, right? By the way, folks, if you're enjoying the show, feel free to leave me a follow if you want to stick around for future stuff. Same thing with over on YouTube if you want to subscribe, etc. Was the boss nice? Nicest place I have ever worked, Araxes. They tipped wonderfully. They were very kind. The quote-unquote worst thing that happened there was like a tall biker lady teasing me. What do you pay with stories and memories about said stories? You tell the bartender. If you fail to pay, the tab will be settled by other means. So, I think what I'm gonna do with the tab, I'm going to let you guys imagine. You consider it a bad thing. That's why I said quote-unquote. Because like, I actually got a tip for her. Any reason you didn't stick with the job? Health issues. So what I think, I want the tab at the bar to be a mystery, and I want you guys to fit it in. Ideas for an SCP article. How about an interview where one SCP guard enters and is compelled to sit and ask a drink? You can sense what they need and give them a cocktail that gives them a random effect. Yeah, that's kind of where we're going. It's a little bit like the pizza box in that regard. Check DMs, okay. Almost took me 2 hours trying to decide how to make galaxy stuff. Galaxy stuff is hard. Yeah, exactly, Liv. The personal irrelevant details that make up the payment. I actually do love the idea that the personal, like, I love the idea that I take the information that the Foundation doesn't care about, basically, for myself. So I get to live vicariously through people and, like, live through all the, like, mundanities, etc. You have to rendering it? You're doing a great job, Liliv. I do like that idea. So, tab is paid for in mundanity, effectively. It's a healthy energy exchange. Yeah, exactly. I really like this. Ooh! Okay, genuinely, I think there's genuinely good ideas here. I think this is a genuinely good build-up. I had a bartender training in the past, but due to chronic issues, I couldn't test my drinks. So every time we did our test, one or more of my co-trainees got one extra drink always. At least I never heard a complaint about my mixing. My cat is such a sleepy baby. She turns 11 this year, but she's still a baby. Cats are always babies, just permanently. Okay, any other rules that, well, that,
Well,
that you guys think should be added. Hi, Sav. How you doing? I didn't think I'm gonna kill you, but you know, I tried to pan. You missed. I've mixed drinks just as it sounded fun type of win. Ow. Pretty fun, but I can definitely see why it would be a tough job sometimes. It's one of those things where, like, I think the difficult part of bartending is not so much the mixing drinks or talking to people or anything like that. It's staying on your feet for 8 hours. Especially because my legs are really bad. Like, my health issues is basically that my legs are really bad, so yeah. The cocktail does stuff depending on the host. If someone got survivor's guilt, they find inner peace, but those with despicable hearts feel suffering and guilt for their crimes. That's an interesting idea. I would struggle to stand for 8 hours, yeah. And mind you, I have bad legs, so yeah, that was a rough thing. Like, obviously there's a break and etc., but still. Wipe your feet at the door. Yes, that's a good one. Wipe your feet at the door. Yapping is mandatory. I don't think so. I don't think yapping would be mandatory. All tabs as opposed to D tab. Specificity brings confusion to the thread. Very fair. All tabs will be settled. Actually, I have been bartending lately. Love talking to everyone, and everyone is nice to me since I remind them I have a shelf with things they don't know about. Yeah. You've seen Death Parade, right, Mia? I have not. I need to. Standing for hours is painful. It can result in muscle cramps. Yeah. It can be difficult. Leave your walls at the door. Remember to collect them when you leave. Okay, I do like that. Have you not? I really need to. I know of it. I need to watch it at some point. Bunny, you? Ah! It's bitten! It's bitten! Ah! You didn't see Death Parade? Not yet. It's on my list. I need to get to it. I need to get to it at some point. Oh dang, Sav's duck is doing the gritty. Taxi, are you gonna let Sav do the gritty without you? That's anime night then. We were gonna do the new Stargazer though. That is indeed anime night. You guys are just gonna override me, huh? So there was a good question earlier. Lucy asked, what if you're too shy to ask for a drink? You're an app now, wouldn't leg pain be non-existent? And sign up without paying. The SCP world. Oh yeah, an SCP world, no problem. Like Trigon Stargaze, yeah, that's the one. Like, it was a good question. Like, if you're too shy to ask for a drink, will the bartender just make a drink for you? She'll respect your shy. That for sure. Like, she will respect your shyness. You don't have to order. Yeah, you know what? I like that. I like that you can just be in the bar. You don't have to order. If you're too shy to order a drink, the bartender will not force you. Okay, I just got an idea, and I don't know if it's a good one. What if there is a vending machine similar to the SCP vending machine? I forget the number. I think it's like 249 or something. Or 294. It's similar to that one, but that's why there's like a vending machine. That's why there's a bit of a conflict between the vending machine and the bar. Why don't I pay you some water by them? And if you pack up at all, she might try to subtly guess your usual. Oh, I do like that. The bartender may bring you a water. And if you perk up at all, she may try to guess your usual. She will not push you if you clam up. If you broke the doorknob and voids you, and if you're unable to pay, you have to clean up to repay. Actually, the way that we do it, Saf, is that the tab is paid for in mundanity. Of those who are shy suddenly get this feeling of confidence and safety at the bar, says them ask for a drink. I don't want to do too much mental stuff. Like, I don't mind the no superpowers thing, because it basically means, like, you can't kill, you know, you can't go out and, like, act up. What's gonna happen if you're sad and go into the bar? I think the bartender will try to, like, make you feel better. There's a sign just inside the door noting that drinks are free during happy hour. Other denizens of the bar recall having been present during happy hour, but May's team did not encounter it themselves, suggesting that Mayor is never really happy or unscientific but oh my god, I love that! Evident, you are crushing it. That is fantastic. Oh my god, hold on. I'm gonna make a tab for Mayor's stuff. Hold on. I love the idea that Mayor is just kind of miserable. According to Mayor et al, yeah, these. Like, these are so good. So I just imagine the very shy guy, SCP, sitting off in the corner in a trench coat drinking martini. Someone just passes by unable to perceive him. That's a really funny idea, actually. What if I got a birthday in the bar? Ooh, that's also a fun idea. That's the thing though, I don't think a vending machine is conducive to the environment. That's my worry that we're getting referential. If you want something, you have to ask. I think you're right there. Yeah, I think you're right. Now, are deaf people still deaf? Are blind people still blind? Etc. Does the bar heal you? The bartender gives you headpats every now and then. How about this? The bartender will give you headpads if you ask for them nicely. No healing. Yeah, I don't think it heals either. I do think the menu is available in Braille. You navigate without trouble, yes. So, will remain that way, but will have no trouble navigating the bar. The menu is available in Braille and every language ever. I'm just writing it down real quick. I'd rewrite the way that I did that, but you get them. I guess I like too grim and horror to give ideas, because my ideas are to make you a bartender whose only currency is karma. When you want karma, they get a safe drink or a danger drink. The idea isn't bad, I just don't think it fits in this specific thing. Yeah, I mean, give me headpants, get yeeted out of the bar since not asked nicely, yeah. Let's see. I love these. These are fantastic. It's like, according to Mayor, the pool tables in Bar 1 do not obey observed laws of physics. Takaichi insisted the pool tables are physically normal, noting that Mayor is a sore loser. And that's so fun. If it's your birthday... Okay, how about this? If it's your birthday, the bartender will give you a slice of birthday cake. That's something like those notes from earlier, but I think it got lost in chat. Oh, if you still have it somewhere, Bub. Actually, wait. I have an idea. I can find it in your messages. Is it? Sometimes the bartender orders some pizzas for the customers there, but somehow no one ever sees the guy delivering the pizzas. He swears it's just the pizzeria down the street. Is that the one? When you got your birthday, you may get a free drink of your liking and a piece of birthday cake with a candle. Yes? Okay, perfect. Okay, let me, I do like that, just the pizzeria off the street. That's funny. I do like little goofy things like that. That's very fun. Let me just change that to 12 real quick. There we go. Cool. Dr. Bluff has reported receiving exclusively ukulele-related fun drinks. He didn't say he was unhappy with this decision by the bartender. He said the gag did get old upon the 15 4-string mint martini. Also a good one. These are very solid. I like these a lot. I think there was more though, like this caused a lot of confusion with the logic of that statement. There was something that you mentioned, like this causes confusion, but I decided to not include that because I think this works better. Because you can already tell, like, huh, what? Like, this already doesn't make sense. Rush hour, will you see if you make everyone's order quick, or can there be waiting time? If you're dead or a ghost, you get to feel alive for the duration of the stay. You get to relieve yourself of your guilt. Once you go home, you can pass on in a way as a relief of sorts. Ooh! Interesting. Like, the ghost thing, that's an interesting idea. Ghost can relieve themselves of guilt. YouTube deleted my horror idea? Oh, I'm sorry, Park. You might need to, like, rewrite that in a less terrifying way. Rush hour. Will you see when you make everyone's order quick, or can there be waiting time? I think there can be waiting time. If you lie about your birthday, you don't get any birthday cake. You don't get any birthday cake if you lie. That's grrr. You could do something like there was a test that the Foundation did by having a blind man go to the bar, and a test that the bar started having braille menus, which showed that the bartender is still learning. Oh, I like that. Yes, that's a good idea, Sampa. The Foundation found the first blind person to go to the bar. Alright, here was troublemakers suddenly lose all their vital insight parts. It's unknown what happens to them. That's an interesting idea, but I don't think so. I think, I prefer the Newtonian angle of it, where, like... Sorry, by the way, I feel like I'm saying no to a lot of your ideas, Park. It's nothing personal. It's just, you know, sometimes ideas work, sometimes do. Apparently, the bar did not have menus in Braille originally, but they do now. Hi, Dundee. Like, the idea of that is not bad. I just think, like... So, what I'm doing currently is, if you really misbehave and you get banned, you basically get yeeted out with some force. Researcher The Walt has reported brief gravitational influences guiding him from otherwise definite collisions with the environment, including tables, chairs, and fellow patrons. Wishes The Walt is blind from birth. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Do you? Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. You guys are fantastic. I love you guys. I hope you know that. Like, for real. You guys are wonderful. There we go. So, the ghosts idea. Let's explore the ghost idea a little bit, because that's an interesting concept.
Restores one heart
And do
of your
thank you for the
energy.
follow. And Starkos, they are free. I'm trying to write a true neutral character, not one that's actively malicious. Yeah, pretty much. Like... You might get hurt in the bar if you really misbehave, right? But generally, she wants to be nice to people. It's okay, -2 horror focus. That's why I wanted to say that random horror ideas, but YouTube made me speak like caveman Unga Bunga. You speak YouTube Angie, me speak strange. So the ghost idea. I think As if a ghost could open a door, then that could happen. From 135 IQ a couple of years ago to 120. It's okay, IQ isn't real. Like, IQ is real, but it only tests for very specific types of intelligence. And even then, it's kind of... Like, I had an IQ test once, and I think I had, like... It was, like, 150, except I am very clumsy. And because of that, it brought it down to, like, 90. Like, it's complete BS. Like, neither of those numbers mean anything. Bites you, bites your halo? No! Bites your feet? Ah! Bites your point here? Stop! We studied for and they're also racist, yeah. Bites your goofy little bow tie. I'll bite you, Zoe. Bites your arm. Stop! Jesus Christ. God dang it. So the ghost idea, I wanna run a bit more with that. There's never been a death in the bar, but the dead are welcome at the bar to recount their memories, the process they're passing, before they are considered able to carry on to the great after. She's biting the bartender, please! Ah! How are you doing though, Zoe? Bites your eyebrows. My eyebrows? How was Minecraft earlier? Wasn't writing a malicious character, more of an anomalous bartender that operates on the karma system. Yeah, I do like the idea of that. It just doesn't work with the ideas that we already have, unfortunately. I do like this. I do think there might have been a death in the bar before, though. Like, you sort of 95, but I'm distinctly smarter than most of my peers about most things, so like, yeah. Most people who gauge intelligence by IQ are definitely racist. Yeah, let's not get into that, if that's okay. Because, you know, racism isn't fun. Let's keep things light. But yeah, those tests tend to be done. So, has there never been a death in this bar? Every time there's a visitor from a new universe and they tell their story, you learn the rules of physics of that universe. There's another question. So, okay, let's talk about the death in the bar first. Let's start with that first, and then we can talk about the visitor from a new universe thing, because that's also a very interesting thing. Completely unrelated, but you're the first streamer I felt comfortable talking to in chat. Oh wow! Well, I'm glad I could make you feel that comfortable, Sampan. And have a good luck, Tanked. I do pride myself on interacting very heavily with other people. So let me give you a shout out real quick, Zoe. Skilord Zoe. What about a gremlin bartender? Where those who become gremlins versions of themselves, they order colorful drinks, but once they leave, they can't remember it felt like a dream. Mayor's team tried to confuse the bartender by ordering exotic and even non-existent cocktails, such as the half-hammered Venetian wax melter. Almost all of the team reported the drink they received was what they wanted. Mayor claims they have been disappointed, but that might not break the rule of getting what one wants. Okay, not gonna lie, I'm starting to really love Mayor. This character is kind of peak, not gonna lie. I kind of love them. Also, the half-hammered Venetian wax melter is a fantastic thing. Evident, you are killing it. Oh my god. When fighting, they get to talk it out over a drink. If they manage to reconcile what happened, they get to move on. They can't, at least their pain is erased enough so they can in time let go. Do people remember the bar? I do think they remember the bar, yes. I think... memories of the bar act like normal memories. Except for the basement. Oh, there's one. We don't talk about the basement. Ooh! Ah! Isn't it a rule of no violence in the bar? It assumed there has not been a patron v patron death. Bartender refused to allow a patron to drink themselves to oblivion. Yeah, I was more thinking like natural causes, mage. Like maybe somebody stayed there for a very long time and just died. It's all just redacted. Just the entire thing. It's like 05. So one of the ideas that I had for the basement in my normal lore is that the basement is where I put all the parts of myself that are like the loathing, like self-loathing, bad thoughts, self-hate, that sort of thing, right? Like basically like I banished all of them to the basement. In theory, that part could be very dangerous. Your biblically accurate VTube model needs a head down, looks like a cat drinking water. It does a little bit, doesn't it? Like, yeah. What if they like drank someone in the bar that just turned them into like a singularity since it wasn't meant to be drunk by that kind of thing? That's also an option. Maybe somebody did die because they drank something they weren't supposed to. Onto... Go down there and it's in real life Binding of Isaac? Oh god. Onto wherever they may go. There we go. And... Someone saw the basement now has dirt on you. Oh dang. Basement is the id. Yeah, pretty much. People have definitely died. Let's come back to Gremlins. Yeah, like, people have definitely died in the bar. I don't know what happens to them, though. Gotta go? Enjoy my time on stream. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for being here, Park. I hope to see you again sometime. Next stream will be on Thursday. I'll see you then if you have time and inclination. And by the way, before you get going, if you want to check out my Discord, you'd be more than welcome to as well. Eaten by the Gremlins. Jesus! That's pretty dark. Wait, okay. What if you die in the bar, you become a gremlin? Somehow. You just turn into a gremlin. Would the bar have that massive tome of all known creature types / species? Yes. Yes, mage. I think it would. The bar has a massive tome called The Menu, which contains all known creature types / species, respective legal drinking ages, and drinking preferences. Part of the crew, part of the ship scenario? Yeah, a little bit. I do like that. Yeah. If you die in the basement, in the bar, you become a gremlin. It is unknown if gremlins retain their knowledge of their former life, as they are too busy pranking interviewers to answer questions. I do actually like the idea. Like, we don't actually know that much about the gremlins because they're just too busy pranking you. Would you love to bring some ideas and redone? I gotta go now. A little too fast to keep going. Very fair, Destructo. You die in the basement. You just die. I see gremlins can leave the bar. Okay. Yeah, let's talk about the gremlins a bit. So, basement is open, but if you die in there, you become a gremlin. Also an option to do, yeah. I'll check the back rooms. When someone needs it the most, they may feign / no clips reality, find themselves at the bar. That's sort of what happens to bar. The difference being, you open a door to the bar. So, that's kind of what happens. Also, how are you doing, Fubar? Actually, like candy people from Adventure Time? Maybe the basement is where all the... Maybe the basement is just where all the gremlins live. How does SCP reasonably obtain such detailed knowledge of all this? So right now, we are just gathering a bunch of information. It's not necessarily known that the Foundation knows all of this, right? Some of this is not gonna be known to the Foundation. But it's more like, right now we're trying to figure out truths, and then we're gonna see how much of this truth the Foundation might know. Here's an interesting thought. Did the bar ever connect to... what's the name? The Wayward Library? Loves the floof? What? Hey Violet, how you doing? Yeah, gremlins and loathing in Armia's basement. How's the SCP been? I mean... we have a lot. We have a lot. Yeah, the Wanderer's Library. Has the bar ever connected to the Wanderer's Library? I would say yes. And that might be actually how... that might actually be how the bartender knows everything. Oh, hi, Manadal. Anakin says, can we get finger tentacle in ear-probing brain action? Not really the style. You can't stop here. This is for the country. Oh, I'm not stopping. Don't worry. Also, hi, Elliot. How you doing? Grandma's leaving is how many cultures have reports of small unruly creatures that pull pranks on others? Okay, the implication that the gremlins are the origin of the Fae, or like Loki, is very funny. That is a genuinely funny idea. I kind of like that. Gremlins may or may not be the origin of creatures such as the Fae, Loki, and other trickster creatures in many cultures around the world. The bar is the reason why alcoholic drinks are expressly forbidden in the Forbidden Library. Gremlins are welcome to help sort books, though. The bar also has a bowl of infinite bar nuts that will visually look like each visitor's version of it. That's a good question, the bar nuts thing. I really like the gremlins may not be origin of creatures such as the Fae, Loki, and other trickster creatures. The horrors persist, and so do I, but Jesus, I wish they'd take a vacation. Remove my mitts from this for now. Thanks for having me and enjoy. Have a good one, dude. I hope to see you again sometime. This was a lot of fun, and thanks again for the follow. Gremlin pranks represent a low-level hazard to research efforts. Takeichi's shoelaces, even though it's not worn at the time, were stolen. Rossi fell prey to a classic trick glass prank. But for whatever reason, the gremlins left Mayor alone. Oh no! Poor Mayor! Okay, I just want to read out all the Mayor parts, because these are very fun. Mayor is just, like, such a grumpy guy. He's just a grumpy boy. What did the gremlins look like? I imagine them actually to look like this. Hold on, let me... I was going to give a proofreading pass. Have a good one. I also remember I tried to drown my demons in alcohol, but the bastards learned to swim. That's a pretty baller line. The gremlins like Maya for unknown reasons. I like the idea that they like Maya for some reason, but maybe Maya hates the gremlins, but the gremlins really like Maya. So okay, let me read this out real quick. So the Foundation found the first blind person to go to the bar. Apparently, the bar did not have menus in Braille originally, but they do now. Sometimes the bartender orders some pizzas for the customers there, but somehow, no one ever sees the guy delivering the pizzas. She swears it's just the pizzeria down the street. Dr. Clef has reported receiving exclusively ukulele-related pun drinks. He didn't say he was unhappy with this decision by the bartender, but he said the gag did get old upon the 15th four-string martini. There is a sign just inside the door noting that drinks are free during happy hour. Other denizens of the bar recalled having been present during happy hour, but Mayor's team did not encounter it themselves. Suggestions that Mayor is never really happy are unscientific but persistent. Maya's team tried to confuse the bartender by ordering exotic and even non-existent cocktails, such as the half-hammered Venetian wax melter. Almost all of the team reported that the drink they received was what they wanted. Maya claimed to have been disappointed, but it might not break the rules of getting what one wants. According to Maya et al. 2021, the pool tables in Bar 1 do not obey observed laws of physics. Akaichi 2022 insisted the pool tables are physically normal, noting that Maya is a sore loser. I love the Mayor is a sore loser thing. And it's so good. I love that so much. I can see it like that bit from Gravity Falls of Mabel and the Gnomes. Mayor is the Gremlin King, much against his will. Yeah. I actually really like that idea. Rossi et al. Speculated that Bar 1 could be permanently contained by establishing an egalitarian society, in which nobody would be stressed or in need of a break. After this highly impractical scheme was rejected, Rossi disappeared. Follow-up investigation could not confirm that Rossi permanently relocated to Bar 1. He just peaced out. He's just like, you know what? You guys don't want an egalitarian society. Bye. Gremlin pranks represent a low-level hazard to research efforts. Takeichi's shoelaces, even those not worn at the time, was stolen. Rossi fell prey to a classic trick glass prank, but for whatever reason, the gremlins left Mayor alone. Then reaches the DeWalt has reported brief gravitational influences, guiding him from otherwise definite collisions with the environment, including tables, chairs, and fellow patrons. Researcher DeWalt is blind from birth. I really like this. This is all fantastic. Oh man, I am excited. I am excited for this. Okay. Ooh, I think it would be interesting the blind/deaf/mute found that they're able to see and hear speak, not from being healed so much as intuitive knowing. To psychic phenomena. I would say no. I would say, like, they are still able to communicate, right? Perhaps if somebody was unable to communicate, they'd be able to communicate in some way. I did not need Braille, but merely express confusion. If the bartender added it in for inclusion. Other than SCP stuff get petty in personal and professional documents. Yeah, exactly. Like, Maya being this grumpy... this grumpy, unhappy guy is really fun. I want more characters like this. This is perfect. Okay, here's a fun question. Who is the first person that the Foundation finds that has gone to the bar? Like, how did they become become, like, aware of the bar at all? So there's a few ways to go about that. So one of the ways to become aware of it is there was an idea earlier that somebody got banned from the bar and just really wanted to, escape. Mayor is key to the Foundation's research efforts because he always needs a break. He's just permanently stressed. Yes! I am totally on board with that. Hi, Jay. It's going great. We have a lot of stuff. We are making a lot of good progress. Jan, Canadian French guy? Okay, how about a Florida man? Was like the guy who... like the first guy to go there. Or like... okay, here's an idea. Maybe the Unwilling Dimension Hopper, SCP-507. That's one way to do it. Here's an idea. What if... an SCP agent, at one point, went into a facility, right? And it was related to another SCP. It doesn't matter really which one. And it was believed that that other SCP killed them or somehow made them disappear. Then, a few years later, that person comes back and is like, so, I was in a bar for like a week. What's up? But yeah, I'm doing pretty well, Jay. How are you? I don't know why, but these little gremlin things from the bar have clung to my ankles and murmured something about me being a king. I didn't agree to this. They won't leave. Until a memo found on Mia's Foundation laptop. Oh my god. That's also pretty great, not gonna lie. I'm gonna write that down as well. As one of yours. Mage. There it is. These are all great. Give it a shout? Of course! Oh, software and game development. That's exciting. Every time there's a visitor from a new universe and they tell their story, well, you learn the rules of the physics of that universe. Therefore, can you make any order from that universe? I think... You know what? Okay, here's my angle with that. Whenever a visitor from a new universe enters the bar, the bartender will ask them their preferences. After having heard them out, the bartender will then be able to make any drink from said universe that originates from that exists in said universe. How's that? Whenever a visitor from a new universe enters the bar, the bartender will ask them their preferences. After having heard them out, the bartender will then be able to make any drink that exists in said universe. So, the bartender isn't omnipotent or omniscient, but can learn very quickly. The Unwilling Dimension Hopper is an interesting one, though, Elliot. I didn't agree to this. They won't leave! The freaking gremlins! Bar is closed only on its formation day / the bartender's birthday. How are we containing the bar? So the idea that we had was that there's like a front company that does it, or maybe like an urban legend kind of deal, but we're not actually very sure yet about how to contain it. Because the problem is, chair under the handle, yeah. The problem is that basically whenever you are stressed and you need like a drink or you need like a place to relax and you open a door, that's when you go to the bar. So it's very difficult to have any given place for that. Apparently the Nine-Tailed Fox MTF unit is like really good at that, but let's see. Particularly emphasis on containment breaches in cases of utmost importance. Okay. I do like the mundane ones where we put a no entry sign. Yeah, like... There is a way. So the difficulty with that, Jay, is that the bar door isn't consistent. It's not like one door. There's a whole bunch of doors that like just link there, and not permanently either. And it's kind of difficult to figure out who. What activities are there in the bar? Darts, mini bowling. What activity is banned? I think darts and mini bowling definitely. Definitely also pool. Why did they read this as Crane's Crash Out? Gremlins! They only think about pranking people. They're brats! The bar can only be entered by people who are under severe work stress. SCP workers have been unaware of the precondition for several years. I do like the idea of that. Gonna head out for now, but I may pop back in. If you don't go back before 3 months, I hope it goes well. Thank you. Have a good one, Toaster. Thanks for dropping by. If you want to leave a like, always appreciated. The bar can only be entered by people who are under... I'm just gonna say severe stress, not work stress specifically. SCP workers have been unaware of this precondition for several years. We could make it a bit of a lampshade about how stressful working at the Foundation is. They're trying to weaponize it as a very unreliable transdimensional travel. Maybe.
Yeah.
So, I think what might have happened... Hi, Strangey. I think at one point... Let's see, the Foundation tried to use the bar as a way to enter other universes, but has always been unsuccessful in these attempts up until now. When asked about this, the bartender simply shrugged, said, you return, Also, hi, Strangey. Yeah, cute, that's all. Hi, new Bath. SCP. How you doing, Strangey? I just wanted to tag you in someone else's chat game. Eves Beeps, I am Eves Beeps. Hi, Sinara. You know what? I'm just gonna skip the when asked about this for now. Wait, bye? Run away! Hope the thingy is going well, Strangey. Hey, Ellie, welcome in. Okay, how about we take like a 10-minute break from writing and do some like hanging out for a bit, and then we can get back to it. But like just like refresh a little bit, because I imagine like at this point it's kind of like, okay, we've been writing for 3 hours, let's take a break and then we're gonna go from there. Can I get offered an apartment before 26th of September? Oh wow, very nice. How long have you been writing? About 3 hours now. So like, you know, to be fair, it's not just me. Like, chat has been doing a lot of this stuff. Take a snack? Yeah. We don't, no, we're not done. We're just taking a short break. Waiting for 3 hours, you say? Let's make that 24 hours. Oh my goodness. What's the word count right now?
Consume H2O.
Mind you, this is with all the ideas and such, right? So... like, do take this at a little bit of a... let's find out how big this is. Whoop. 1,651 words. You've written a lot of preemptive lore for this file. Yeah, but to be fair, that's important, I feel like. You need to have a good idea of what the file is all about before you start like pouring it into specific things. Like, one thing I want to talk about after the break is the different organizations out there. So like the Foundation, the GOC, the UIU, etc. Good question about your channel. How long do you take to put out a video out of members only? Generally, I put out a members video out every weekend, and then the next Friday, it becomes available to members. The director commentary stuff is members only. I hope that that answers your question, Sampa. Water on a bonk? Sure. I'm actually drinking some tea right now. But yeah, like, we have a lot of good lore at this point, I think, because there's a lot of good stuff in here. And like, I really like what Evident has, and Puppet's little, like, sometimes the bartender orders pizzas. What's the lore so far? So in short, there's a bar where if you are stressed, a random door will transform into a opening to that bar. So you open the door and you go in there. And then the bar has a bunch of rules that are absolute. Those rules are: wipe your feet at the door, no smoking, no fighting, no superpowers, no hurting the bartender, no outside food or drink inside, no inside food or drink outside, one swear per person per shift, nobody knows how long a shift is, must pet Myun at least once, don't feed the gremlins during the late shift, there's never been a shift other than the late shift, no allergies allowed, you simply stop being allergic, we don't talk about the basement, and all tabs will be settled. There's an emotional support puppy. Not yet, but we can look into that. All floofs must be fluffed. That's not an official rule, but yeah. Add puppy? As a rule, just puppy. We could add a rule that's just like a bunch of garbled stuff. Is Ross hearing them now so you feel so Night Vale? Is Night Vale the podcast? Is that the podcast? Yeah, it is. Welcome to Night Vale. That is kind of the vibe we're going for, so that tracks. A few things. Some other facts that are true about the bar. If you're banned, you cannot find the bar. If you try to force your way in through reality bending, you are forcefully ejected based on how hard you try to enter. The harder you try, the harder it hurts you. If you're too shy to order a drink, the bartender will not force you. The bartender may bring you water, and if you perk up at all, she might try to guess your usual. She will not push you if you clam up, however. The bartender will also give you headpads if you ask for them nicely. Firing courage when bartender away. Oh my goodness. Maybe I should have an arson thing. Blind, deaf, etc. people will remain that way, but will have no trouble navigating the bar. The menu is available in Braille in every language ever. Everyone has a tab at the bar. Nobody has ever seen a tab being settled. If it's your birthday, the bartender will give you a slice of birthday cake. If you lie about your birthday, you don't get any birthday cake. Angry emoji. How dare you lie about your birthday? Memories of the bar act like normal memories, except for the basement. If you die in the bar, you become a gremlin. It is unknown if gremlins retain their knowledge of their former life, as they are too busy pranking interviewers to answer questions. The dead are welcome at the bar to recount their memories and process their passing, before they are considered quote-unquote able to carry on to wherever they may go. If you were stressed because nobody noticed your birthday, the bartender will still give you a slice of birthday cake. Like, the bartender just knows. How? The bar has a massive tome called The Menu, which contains all known creature types and species, respective legal drinking ages and drinking preferences. Andy, enjoy your drink, huh? Also, ow. Hi, Bismarck. The bar can only be entered by people who are under severe stress. What about Dr. Bright? He doesn't exist, so he's not relevant. Also, yes, if you're wondering why, he's non-canon nowadays. He has been removed from SCP canon, because the guy in real life is apparently pretty awful. The bar can only be entered by people who are under severe stress. SCP workers have been unaware of this precondition for several years. The Foundation tried to use the bar as a way to end other universes. Also, hi Bismarck, enjoy your drink. It has always been unsuccessful in these attempts up until now. Gremlins may or may not be the origin of creatures such as the Fae, Loki, and other trickster creatures in many countries around the world. Let's not get into that, by the way. Let's not get into like the Dr. Bright stuff, if that's okay. Let's just move on from that. Can I live in the bar as a puppy together with Prue? You can stay in the bar for as long as you like. Gremlin puppy? You could technically become a gremlin, yes. Mayor is key to the Foundation's research efforts, because he always needs a break. Dr. Mayor. Interview logs about the tab at the bar. The tab is paid for in mundanity. So, okay. Here are the ones involving Dr. Mayor, because these ones are the most popular so far. Never knew Dr. Bright in the canon. Not gonna continue to talk. Yeah. So, let's see. What do we have here? There's a sign just inside the door, noting that drinks are free during happy hour. Other denizens of the bar recall having been present during happy hour, but Mayor's team did not recount it themselves. Suggestions that Mayor is never really happy are unscientific but persistent. You age in the bar? I think yes. You do age in the bar. There better be salty snacks. There are salty snacks, I think. Open this random door, now my eyes are bleeding. Is that normal? It's fine. You know, there's an interesting question. So the bar has multiple doors, right? does it depend? If you go through that through a door, does it always send you back to your own universe? Despite much of the bar's information being accessible in all languages, some rules were completely incomprehensible. I suspect that our level of social advancement is too low to sustain the concepts behind them. Come to Mayor. Oh, he would say that, wouldn't he? Okay, I love these two. I love that they're just two. I love that there's just two of them, like, bickering, basically. That's so fun. I love that there's just two of them bickering. The menu is every language. Is there a roof menu? Yes, there is a doggo menu. Like, I think there's also just, like, intelligence dogs. An idea. Strict rules mentioning anything about gambling. Yeah. No gambling. That's why I love Evident. Yeah, for real. So, what else do we have? Let's see. Sometimes the bartender orders some pizzas. Oh, I already read that one. Dr. Clef has reported receiving exclusively ukulele-related pun drinks. He didn't say he was unhappy with this decision by the bartender. He said the gag did get old upon the 15th four-string martini. Unlimited pub cup? In theory, yeah. Yeah, like, not all drinks are alcoholic either. Okay, ads are gonna start in a minute. I'm gonna let the ads play and then we're gonna get back to writing. Managed for real now, stop being so entertaining so I won't stay. No, I will be more entertaining and then you can't leave, Ellie! You can't leave now because I'm too entertaining! I'm so evil! Tell you what, once we're through the ads, let's talk about containment. And like what the Foundation does to actually contain the bar. And what they consider containment. I think containment for them will be just keeping it out of the public's view. You know, keep the veil up. Rather than worry about, you know, like, rather than worry about, like, oh, every single door that opens. Let me grab the containment rules. Yes, good point. SCP containment. Because as far as I understand, we are Cater, which makes it pretty tough. Like, Tomio, I don't think we are. World-ending threat, arson gremlins. Might be an Apollyon. It depends on what we're considering uncontainable, right? It's uncontainable in the sense that the door will open up anywhere. How did I fit through the door? How big is this bar? Also, how do I even have eyes that can bleed? Good question, Bismarck. Containment is the ArmiaStars account on YouTube, Twitch, Discord, etc. Admittedly, that is a fun idea. I don't necessarily think that would be the case. That is a fun idea, though. So, for the secondary classes, the Foundation cannot stop you from showing up. You threaten normality, hence Apollyon. True. But the thing is... So I definitely think it's at least Cater, right? Definitely. This means frisky and difficult to get a handle on. I think the gremlins and the bartender's power push it to Cater. For sure, Elliot. It's at least Cater. I think everyone can agree with that. The question is, if we think it's more Apollyon or Cater. The bar have a spot for gaming. I think so, yeah. So Apollyon is uncontainable at all. If we consider contained to be out of the public's view, much of its existence can be contained, so it's not Apollyon. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Like, the knowledge can be contained. But not so much like the actual... This is a difficult one. Like, let's see. cannot be contained or expected to breach a containment imminently or some other scenario. Only one be assigned to non-end of the world usually, though. A lot of them are associated with it, yeah. They require a massive effort from the Foundation to deal with. Yeah, like, I could end the world. You know what I might do? How about this? How does this sound? Also, I forgot. The normal thing, the normal classification is Keita, but the 05 version is Apollyon. How does that sound? The destinies that contain the bar by reducing work stress have been unanimously rejected by the 05 Council. There's something kind of like that, where, what was it? I think Obsidian Keita could use some diversity from actively hostile skips. I agree. Keita doesn't have to be hostile. I like that, by the way. Let me just write that down real quick, Majome. Majome? There we go. The bar is Keita, the bartender is Apollyon. Yeah, probably. I think you're right there. Hold on one sec. Just do this and do this. There we go. What are these terms? I don't get it. Oh, so in the SCP thing, actually, let me just show you. So in SCP, we have a number of object classes. Also, I'm going to read that in just a second, Evident. There are a number of object classes in SCP. Safe basically means like you can put it in a box and it'll stay in the box. Euclid means if you put it in a box, it might get out of the box. Keita means it's almost definitely getting out of that box. And Tormiel means it is the box. Does that make sense? Then Apollyon is just like, there's no box. There's no way to make a box. Archon is complicated. I don't think they have distinct object classes unless they're two different skips. No, there are some things that do that, Elliot, where like there is an object class for lower restrictions, etc. I think the Apollyon thing definitely like. What are the new classifications? I think I am going to use them, yes. It's a bar, it's kind of a box. Yeah, the bar would be Tormiel, I think. Okay, let me read what Evidence said real quick. The bar's seeming connection with multiple universes had led to significant interest of philosophically trained Foundation personnel supporting the David Lewis account of modal realism. Takaichi claimed to have confirmed the existence of a close parallel universe by meeting one of her counterparts at Bar 1. Maya disputed this claim, arguing that if Takaichi had made a copy of herself, she'd never have come back to the Foundation. You have no chance about my SCP-inator! That's something today, thank you. Yeah, like Apollyon, like keep in mind, object classes are only about containment. They do not care about how dangerous it is. They don't care about like they don't care about anything else. It's only containment. Let's see. I'll add this to your list, Evident, because this is also very good. I really like the humorous tone you've got there. You're really, you've really found what I was looking for, Evident. Harry the Platypus? B8975 is instructed to go to the bar and try to use another door with which to exit to another place. Later, that reported that his little redacted piled on me the moment I reached the door, but cling on my legs till I just stopped trying and walked through the right door. So deep class personnel could end up in the bar, but the Foundation cannot go there, like on purpose, unless, I guess they could use reality tunneling. Kind of a weird question, Armia, because the Texas Myun sticker and the $7 tip alert were ideas I came up with. Would you allow me to say on my resume that if assistant online... Yeah, go for it. Absolutely. Put it on there. Like, I have on my resume that I have 15 years in... I didn't get any reports at all. So the bar, like I said, you get into the bar if you are very stressed. A lot of SCP folks are very stressed. A lot of the Foundation members are stressed. And there's a few folks that gather random reports from around the world and compile them into like one file about this bar. Bar is an arcade. I do like the idea of the bar having arcade, so yeah. Why not? The bar has a small arcade. Still in the story writing stuff. Yeah, hi Vilmoras. How you doing? Wait, Kappa! Oh my god. Kappa! Yeah, I clicked your name and I was like, oh frick, it's Kappa! How long has it been? Oh my god. It's been like 2 years? Yeah, it's been a long time. Have you been? Hi. D-class personnel, I'm okay! You see the D-class go towards the wrong door and be like, quick, get him! Just pile on him. I do like the idea of that. How have you been? Out of curiosity, how come you changed your name? Like, super valid, but I'm curious. I've been kind of MIA from the community in general, so you stream, so I wanted to say, heck yeah. And that's understandable. Last time I remember, you were super busy. So, new character, new lore, rebranding. Ah, okay, cool. Oh gosh, wow. That is long ago. It's nice to hear from you again. I don't know, do I still have you on Discord? We should catch up sometime. We should catch up sometime. Let's see. Nest? Yeah. I'll catch up with you off stream. For sure. Nice to hear from you again. I mean, you're also welcome to stay on stream, of course, but yeah. We are writing right now, indeed. It's funny because, like, it's been a while since I was writing. But basically, we're making myself into an SCP. What is SCP to begin with? So SCP is Secure, Contain, Protect, is what it stands for. I think you're right about that, by the way, Sinara. I'm just gonna write that down real quick. SCP is basically, you know what? I'm just gonna show you. It's easier to show you than to like explain it, I feel like. Like 173, the original. Ah, right. The original doesn't have art anymore. So basically, the idea is, does the Automod eat links? It does, yes. Like, how do I explain SCPs best? Yeah, I mean, you sounds like a plan. Basically, Doctor Who monsters, yeah, kinda. Stands for Standard Containment Protocols or Secure Contain Protect. It's an online writing community. Yeah, like creepypasta. Start and lose again. Get Task Force that 34 and secure it. Basically, it's a bunch of it originated in horror. Nowadays, it doesn't have to be horror necessarily. But basically, it's anything that's anomalous gets contained by this foundation, and the stories are around it. So that's creepypasta, and people wrote a whole fictional universe around it. Yep, pretty much. And the idea is that all those SCPs exist in the same universe. Or maybe they don't. Like, there is no one real... Like, there's no one universe, you know, there's no pillar. But yeah, is there any origin? Yes, SCP-173, also known as Peanut, was the first SCP. Normal phones don't work in the bar, but there's an 80s coin-operated... It can call to already connected universes. Don't need coins for it to work. Nothing is canon, everything is fair game. Yep. 73 is a weeping angel, pretty much. Yep, pretty much. There has to be, there was initially thought to be some big mystery that no one could document. Yeah, actually, Puppet, there's a whole thing called the Explain series, which are things like the Higgs boson thing, or the Demon Core, or 1763EX, how to write an SCP, and like a bunch of other EX ones. EX is very interesting. There are some generally interesting ones. Bigfoot is basically an SCP? Yep, pretty much. Love the Smash Bros animation. I'm glad you like it. But yeah, SCP is basically a single universe that all like get a bunch of writers. Yeah, folklore, urban legends, all of that kind of stuff. Does he think like every single conspiracy exists? The Foundation would likely invest a lot of resources into preventing you from influencing the universe, but probably thank the hell out of the god. You're not a malicious entity. Backrooms. Backrooms is also very similar vibes. Okay. So, real quickly, we were talking about containment and clearance level, etc. So I think clearance level 2 or 3, I think is solid. I think that's pretty good. I think maybe there should be 2 levels of these. The Backrooms isn't SCP, but it is very similar vibes, if that makes sense. So let's talk about, yeah, ACP, SCP levels. It's ACP, right? Security clearance levels. So level 0, yeah, no, level 0 definitely not. Backrooms could exist in one of the many SCP multiverses, definitely. There is an infinite IKEA SCP, 3008, yes. Click the link? Ah, thank you. Yes, the ACS guide, that's exactly what we need. But the SCP was horror? A lot of it is. Like, straight up, a lot of it is. But there's a lot of good SCPs that aren't horror. A very good one, and a very classic one, is Here Were Dragons. SCP-1762. Here Were Dragons. It is, in my opinion, one of the best drama stories I have read. Like, it is very good. Dragon Origami. Yeah, basically these dragons come to life. But yeah. Here Were Dragons is horror, but of a slow and sad kind. Yeah. Personally, I wouldn't call it horror. I would call it more just tragedy. But yeah, just, it's very good regardless. SCP-1730 is like the most narrative-rich one, in my opinion. 1730, let me take a look-see. 1730. Oh, 125? Wait, what? Oh, they made... Oh, okay, that makes sense. What happened to Site 13? Ah, yeah, I need to read this one. I need to read this one at some point. Okay, so... It's an unwritten rule that dragons have to be horribly distressing story. True. What's happening now? Oh, we were just talking about the origin of SCP and talking about, like, some good stories within the SCP thing. Can SCP be killed? Some of them can. Some of them, they are trying to. I love neutralized SCPs. They're very interesting. Most SCPs can be killed. They just don't. Yeah, or maybe they're not, like, an item that they want to destroy. Like the toaster, for example. You could definitely destroy the toaster. The problem being that it doesn't get rid of their anomalous nature. I am a toaster. I am a toaster. Some really shouldn't die. Yeah, exactly. Foundation usually doesn't like to destroy things. They sometimes do. They only really do when they have to, basically. Yeah, okay. So the ACS bar. So the clearance levels. These are... I would say there might be 2 levels that 2 clearance levels. The clearance level base, I think, of knowing about the bar might be 1. Like, they might not really mind that people know of the bar. Like 2 to 3 would be like restricted or secret. Like, do we think the Foundation would particularly mind that, like, most people within the Foundation would be allowed to know about the bomb? SCP is very much at odds with a competing organization that usually wants to destroy anomalous objects. The latter is hampered by a lack of anomalous objects to help their cause. True. Pocky, the talking toaster. Would anyone like any toast? Oh my goodness. My personal favorite SCP is probably the pizza box. Just because it's so innocuous on its face. And I kind of like that. Red Wolf reference. Ah, gotcha. SCP-1470 is also favorite? So what do you guys think? Do you guys think level 1 is reasonable? To give you an idea, level 1 is given to personnel working in proximity to, but with no direct, indirect, or informational access to anomalous... Ah, no, never mind. It would have to be at least level 2 then. 2 or 3. Yeah, no. 1, I feel like they wouldn't say 1. Yeah, janitors would be a bit too low, I feel like. Would tell most of their stuff about Bar 1? Because working at the Foundation is so stressful. What if it started at level 2? But then they realized, like, this isn't working. Seven's Hand probably knows about the bar. That's true. The 2 to 3... I think the danger of the bar is that, in theory, the bar could be a massive intelligence league, right? Because, like, if you think about it, let's say you go into the bar, and there happens to be an SCP there for some reason that's level 5, that's 05. That would be like a huge breach of containment, effectively. So I think it might be 3, actually, yeah, now that I think about it more. At least 3. Maybe even a 4. Because it's a real danger. Wasn't a big fan of The Flesh That Hates? I need to read that one. Cover level 2 reality, level 4? As it's a place where GOI can interact on neutral ground. Yeah. Like, the more that I think about it, the more I'm thinking like level 3 or 4 at least. And then like full knowledge, only for 05. Level 1 people only need to know that Bar 1 exists, and if they end up there, they should sit tight and wait to be collected. Yeah, they might actually do something like that, where it's like... base knowledge. Some knowledge, I'll call it. I'm not sure of this yet, but we'll just run with this for now. We'll see where this goes. This is becoming very complicated, though. You guys not been admitted to the bar out of concerns of escape? The thing is, like, there's no way to not permit them, right? Because the D-class will just end up there. Like, they don't really have a choice in the matter. That's what makes it so dangerous. You know? Like, the fact that effectively anyone can end up there at any time and access that information is... The bar basically becomes a job pack once you get higher clearance. Benefits include dental, 2 weeks of vacation, and information on this alternate reality bar some of us go to. I do like that. Kind of hard to restrict information on something that responds to stress in Foundation. The 5 might try to prescribe antidepressants to all residents, ultimately abandoning the idea to the unreasonable cost with little to no effect. Yeah. On paper, D-class are not allowed to know of it. That's fair. Either an Apollyon makes sense. Maybe esoteric in Apollyon. What does esoteric do? Like, let's see. Just to check. Explained, decommissioned, uncontained. Which one is esoteric? I don't find it. I can't find it right away. Maybe it's stress that comes from your personal life, nothing job related. There's no real... So what I decided that it was just stress. Doesn't matter if it's job related or from personal life. It's just, I need a break, basically. Bottom of non-common secondary? That's not Tychon the Roga. Pending, esoteric. Only created a further narrative in a particular SCP only used once, so referred to as esoteric or narrative object classes. Esoteric object classes, though used often enough, may eventually meet the requirements to be added to the list. I don't think it's necessarily esoteric, though. The knowledge of Bar 1 is probably an all answers are right situation. Like at different times, the Foundation has tried different approaches. I think you're right there, Evident. Is it like the one we talked about a few days ago? Which one was that, again? Let me check real quick. Look, which one was that again that we talked about a few days ago? Yeah, I forgot. Sorry, you need to remind me. The Earthlings enter the bar by going to a streaming site. So no, the stream is unrelated to this. My thought, one of the thoughts that I had is that maybe the stream is part of the cover for the outside. One tries to swear in the bar, a finger appears over their lip, and the sound of a shush can be heard. That's a fun idea. Or like it's like the Amazing Digital Circus, where like if you try to swear, it just like boing. Some kind of bouncer. No, the way that it works is like you get thrown out automatically if you don't behave. Seems currently non-canon. Well, we'll get to making it canon, don't worry. It'll become a part of it, I'm sure. Okay. Actually, an idea about the stream. What if the bartender starts streaming and the Foundation freaks the heck out? Just like, freaks the heck out. Just like... Oh no! This is normal for the Foundation? The Foundation's web crawlers trap it and prevent the public from seeing it. You'd have a bunch of fake viewers and all act like real people. The bar in the star, anomaly known to have a pleasing effect on everyone who enters. The bar appears out of nowhere. It's known to show help to those in need, by giving them a friendly bartender to talk to. Yeah, this is basically the concept. The bar wants to be known, but the Foundation doesn't want that to happen. I do actually like the fact that the bar wants to be known, and that's the danger there. Let's see, risk class refers to the severity of an anomaly's effect. To an individual person. That's not too bad. What if they intercept the stream and make a special website for it and only streams to Foundation personnel? That's funny. The bar doesn't directly pose a threat other than a threat to normalcy. Yeah, that's the main threat, right? Like, the threat to the Veil, effectively. In the same way that, like, you know, hunters in World of Darkness are a threat to Why is that? Why did that get auto-modded? That's wild. The point question is, are we cool yet? I think we're pretty cool. Let's see. So long as there not be a concern. No, it is a concern. Vlum. Hi, Sifil. The known or potential disruption would be localized to a small handful of people. Be roughly defined as a city, a country, or the world. I still like the idea that once in the bar, you'll have so much fun that time will fly by. So the idea currently for that, Forgot, is that... Where is it? I have a thing about time. There it is. Here it is. Depends on how many activities the person has performed within the bar. Inebriation is a multiplier to time spent. The drunker you are, the more time spent. I think Vlump best fits because of how the bar manifests. I think you're right. We need to set up chapters at this point. Yeah, I'm starting to, It's becoming quite complex. Have we come up with reasoning for why the bartender can be a regular-looking human or a small chubby cartoon at times? Not yet. Although I'm okay with the idea that the bartender sometimes gets replaced by a gremlin. Alarm struck true, Amida. When it goes from just showing up to the bar to keep streaming. I think, let's see, at base knowledge it would be Vlum. People would consider it Vlum. Disruption class. Yeah, I think Amida...
Consume H2O.
Amida wants to means they want to kill. I think it's still, we're talking about neutralizing effects. The thing is that the worst thing that happens to a person is that they get drunk, right? It's like the worst thing that can happen. Or maybe if you try to breach, then you like maybe hurt yourself. So it's not that bad in that regard. Anomalous drunkenness sounds pretty bad. Well, it's just normal drunkenness. You would bump into Kennick or Icky at worst? Yeah, I think so too. I don't even know if it would be Kennick or Icky. Walk into the bar. 173 is behind the bar with a dapper bow tie. Okay, that's a funny idea. Reactive class SCP. No! Containment class, I think containment we're all like on board. It's at least a cater. Like a containment... cater. I think at the very least it's containment, cater, and then maybe... Oh wow, I just butchered Apollyon. Let me retry that real quick. Apollyon is... Disruption class simply looks at how many people can observe or be affected by the SCP. The stream puts you up to Kennick. Now, let's wait with the streaming part for now, because... the stream part we're not sure about yet how I want to do that. But how do you write Apollyon again? Let's see. 2 L's, that's it. There we go. Yeah, Vlum for now. Let's say Vlum for now. If they're in Apollyon, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, like, cater for containment, because it is a pretty toughie. But then it becomes kind of uncontainable, because... the thing is, if the bartender ever goes to the SCP universe, 1, there's not much they could do to prevent that. 2, it would be a ZK class scenario. Like... I can believe it's ZK. Let me double check. ZK class scenario. Different things. Yeah, K class scenario. Let's see. think it's ZK. Reality failure. Is that the one? Is this ZK? The Barton's attempt to communicate with a broader population caused a minor panic within the Foundation. Various contingencies were considered. Some of them were quite extreme. For example, Sarpong theorized the Barton might be collapsed into a black hole, though this was generally considered too risky. However, Mayor supported further exploration of the idea, asking, what do we have to lose anyway? Jesus Christ, Mayor! Oh my god! Oh, would the Barton end the world? Like I've mentioned, if it's basically like adding, like, you know the whole solar system thing, and then add a giant star next to it. Mayor is the ultimate doomer, apparently. Good lord. Oh, frickin' Mayor, I swear to God. I do enjoy the fact that Mayor is just a doomer. Okay, hold on, I'm messing this up. Boop. Boop. Arms tired? Knees weak, arms are heavy? It's like, maybe not ZK, but... In fact, would they be able to do that? Would they be able to prevent it? I think they would, and I think about it. They have reality benders, right? They could prevent that, I feel like. So maybe it wouldn't be a polyon. Like, it would still be really dangerous, but maybe, would they stop the bartender from going to... I'm trying to think of, like, how they would do that. I do like the fact that, Mayor is just like, what do we have to lose anyway? Like, who cares? His defense's job is to be miserable enough to provide reliable access to the bar. Yeah, true. Like, it can be uncontainable and not be world-ending. Yeah. It's mostly like... I'm okay with being a Apollyon and not be Z-class. ZK class, by the way. I'm not bound to the whole ZK class thing. I'm mostly thinking about... XK? Ah, XK. Yeah, which one is ZK? I'll probably toy a little bit with XK. In case the universe ends. It's the worst one. I mean... Yeah. That's kind of accurate. But they also have tried to convince the bartender to allow one single non-bar magical emplacement, set to keep her in the bar. He seemed to accept, although there was reportedly no words spoken. That's an interesting idea. What is phenomenally broken or eliminated? Usually due to physics stuff or an SCP that annihilates things by nature. That would be ZK. Yeah, in that case I am ZK. Because like I've explained, it's like, imagine the solar system, and you add like a giant star next to it. Like, the solar system, for all intents and purposes, it is destroyed. In that case, it's probably ZK. Like, there's still, you know, there's still mass and energy there, but effectively the solar system ceases to exist. Right? XK is, okay, this could end the world, ZK, okay, this will end the world, but I might be wrong. It's a bit confusing, I admit, the whole K-class thing. I need to read up more on it. You know what, let's move on from the K-class thing for now. Because Alpha Centauri would be fine. No, it wouldn't. That's just it. I'm explaining the solar system thing, but imagine that on a universal scale. I know I said a solar system, but yeah. That's my bad. I'm bad at explaining this. I'm sorry. Hi, Jeffrey. So disruption class is Vlam for most people. Would they consider it Amida or Eki for disruption class? I mean, if it's a ZK class scenario, then we're talking, you know, think... Yeah, oh my goodness, this is hard. This is really difficult. How are you doing though, Jeffrey? I'm gonna drink some tea real quick, one sec. Of the mother world is done for, but in different ways. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't really a meter, but like they might not, just because they know to keep the universe safe, just stay on your good side. Maybe one of those things where like if the bartender tries, then Amida sort of thing. Like disruption class, Amida provisional. Huh? Like they have made like multiple. Like they might have like you know, like a war plan sort of thing. That would make sense to me. Risk class. Green agent usually it's Vlam. Yeah. Okay, risk class is notice, I think. Maybe caution. Although honestly, there's not really danger to most people. So I would say notice normally. Risk class notice. And then of course, I mean, if it does happen, then we're talking risk class, critical. Hope you guys are enjoying this, by the way. Like, I find this very fun, this little writing exercise. Like, we'll see if I end up actually making an SCP out of this. It would be fun. This is Zika's being. Why are we letting her make us drinks? Except for an audio log between Padascrow and Maya. Okay, I like that. Like, Maya just like, god dang it. You know what? I have a question. What makes Maya so miserable? Like, why is he always miserable? And why can't he be happy at all? Is there any, like, reason behind it? Like, is it just kind of something he himself likes? Kind of likes being miserable? Because that's a personal thing I do actually find kind of funny. Just to put him in situations. Oh, god dang it. This in black. There we go. Poor guy. I mean, he doesn't have to be explained, mind you. I think I'm okay with him just being grumpy, but it is funny. If Control Shift V replaced without text color. Oh, thank you for letting me know. I'll keep that in mind. What are these? Containment subclasses: Adviso, Alterius, Doctrina, Exeque Flecto. I have no idea what those are. Ah, secondary class. Interesting. Okay, so we can have secondary classes if we want. Those are various esoteric classes, usually one-shot ones. That makes sense. This class Warning, Disruption class Kennick, Containment class Cater, Secondary class Esoteric. Interesting. I do love the way these look, by the way. I love the way the ACS looks. Like, look at that. That's just cool. It's a very nice little thing. Containment class Antithesis. Goodness gracious. ACS is fantastic. Yeah, I agree. I think it's one of those things that I just really, really adore. Ooh, oh wow. I don't know if you guys heard that. That was my neck. Ooh. Okay, so base knowledge at clearance level 3. So what does the Foundation tell, like, D-Class about the bar? Probably nothing, right? Yeah, I don't think they tell them anything. that seems kind of against the Foundation's logic. So yeah, like provisional, this is all like, if the bartender tries to leave, then they don't tell BD class about the bar. Yeah, I don't think so either. The core information to successfully interact. Yeah. Because you'd need to brief every single D class effectively. That's the thing though, like, okay, so let's talk about that actually. How does the Foundation send in research teams? Because we have, so I assume they use reality hoppers, which they can enter the bar that way. You can force your way into the bar, but it does require specific, like powers. As I woke up late, I don't have much time, but I'm a lurker, fun Mia. So Mia's like Kane when in the bar. Yeah, a little bit, although I'm not actually not as powerful as Kane, I don't think. I frequently use reality benders. Then do the presto stress time test. Yeah, so, okay. Anti-class prisoners to begin with, they are, yes. I think their main research... Let's write this down. Main way... The Foundation... We could, like, jump over. They have to find an active door and use devices to hold it open. Interesting idea, though, that... Yeah, Mayor is, like... research is by having a small team compile information from encounters from around the world. I do think, like, the idea of... Oh, okay, here's an idea. What if they tried to keep open a door, but the bartender got a bit annoyed and was like, okay, I'm closing the door now, bye. Click. And they were like, no, no! And then it just became a normal door again. It's like, no! God dang it! And that's like part of why Mayor is so miserable, because he keeps trying to keep the doors open. I actually kind of like that idea. We have a miserable loser on standby to get to the bar. Dr. Mayor is the Foundation member holding the record for most visits to the bar. To this day, he is still miserable. What to do this while she's distracted and shove a bunch of people in? Yeah, that tracks. At the bar, the researcher will try to manually create the conditions for it to appear. Yeah, literally. I do like the fact that Dr. Mayor just ends up in the bar a lot because he just needs a lot of breaks. He's still miserable. Should you overstay your welcome, the bartender sends him off to another random dimension, which he feels could better use their patronage. Thank you for coming. Today we're gonna raid. Okay, that's a funny idea, Sifil. That is a funny idea. I don't know if I want to do that, but that is a funny idea. I do like that. Yeah, I should probably be making chapters, huh? Let's see. Oh, right, that's with tabs. Oops. Go back. How do I do chapters again? I forget. What if you took too long keeping the door open? As soon as it's unobserved, it immediately turns the entrance/exit into a normal one. Doesn't lead to the bar. Maybe, yeah. Bartender considers Mayor a regular and considers him a separate being from the other SCP representatives. Headings instead of normal text? Ah, right, that's it. Thank you. Oh, goodness gracious. Let's see, SCP, what do we call this? SCP file. We'll just call this SCP file. Okay, why did I turn everything into the heading? God dang it. The VTube Studio Waking. Oh, I see the problem. Extend. Yeah, that is, That is the Twitch integrated throwing system, aka Tits. It's what allows you to pan me. SCP-734 should absolutely in no way come in contact with the bar. What is 734? Human infant? What? Enter the bar the normal way. One should be genuinely stressed and wanting a break. For that purpose, Mayor is one of confirmed regulars, is deliberately overworked by the orders from over. Oh no! Now I feel bad for the guy. Oh no! Oh, that's actually kind of bad. Aw, poor Mayor. Now I feel bad for him. Oh no! Like I'm okay with that, but also, jeez, poor Mayor. Oh, that actually is awful. I need to remember to do Control-Shift-V. Okay, yes, chapters. So, for some reason it's not letting me... Like, when I change it to... Yeah, it changes everything, the title. Why is that... What am I doing wrong here? By heading 1. Yeah, okay, it does it again. Rick? What am I doing wrong here? Overworked from a job and constantly visiting a bar. Wonder what that must be like. Oh my god. Too real. Then have separate paragraphs? Does it fix it? Ah, there we go. Yeah, I've been using Shift-Enter. That explains it. Okay, fact sheet. Go. Oh, god dang it. Whatever. I'm not very good at using Word, as you can tell. Then, containment. Foundation knowledge. What if you tip the bar? Affects the bar showing up for that person more. Oh, I like that idea. Like, kind of like if the bar likes you in some way, it shows up for you more. I like that actually. Foundation knowledge. Do bar rules. We'll make that a separate one as well. I know this isn't the prettiest document, by the way, but it works. I like the idea. Also, hi Rico, enjoy a drink. If you tip the bar, doesn't have to be money. The bar shows up for more. We'll have to explore that idea a little bit more, but I like that idea. Then interview. That's slapping noises. Hi Rico. Oh, there's another idea. No slurping. I've heard with frosted mini wheats. Ooh, enjoy. Pumpkin spice. Isn't that mostly cinnamon? We're gonna call this just interview logs. Go. Fine. I should be applying heading, not title. Same thing here. Thing. Heading. There we go. That's better. Fact sheet, SCP file. Most visits to the bar is based on stress, but after you have the knowledge of it existing, it's easy to get there without reaching the first time stress threshold or something. You stick to pay with your stories and memories part. Hopefully, overworking regulars will give them a supply of stories to pay the bar with. Oh, dang, that's true. Because you get paid in mundanity. Dang, that's actually kind of sad in a way. the Foundation. Because the bar is supposed to be a place of... I actually kind of like that from a tragedy kind of place. In the same way that, like, Here Were Dragons kind of gets destroyed by the Foundation. In the same way that, the bar is meant to be a place for people to rest, but because it exists, the Foundation causes people to, like, use more energy, effectively. I kind of like that, actually, in a sort of tragic way. Now why? Ah, there we go. There we go. Now we actually have some good stuff. Then let's make a tab called Foundation Research. Go. And heading. Oh, god dang it. There we go. And then she would keep an eye out for anyone who talks about the bar and anesthetize them that express knowledge of it. True. Guys keep swarming me, begging for months, but won't go away no matter how much cash I throw at them. Let's see for something else, maybe. What could months be short for, though? Months. What could months be short for? Interesting idea. It's Control-Shift-V, right? I know Puppet had another one. There it is. Ah, very nice. Okay. Thanks, Sonara. That's a good tip. Mundanity? Like you wanted to use for the currency? Ah, right. There's been interest in weaponizing the gremlins. Sapong proposed asking the bartender for a gremlin, or if necessary capturing one. Guildmatch agents have expressed doubts about this plan. Takichi sees it as impractical. Maya thinks it's the worst idea imaginable. Even though Maya tends to exaggerate, his encyclopedic knowledge of the abominable gives that assessment a certain weight. Wait, does Maya... What if, instead of overworking him, Maya, instead... Okay, I don't know if I want to do this idea, but what if Maya just knows way too much about, like, what goes on in the Foundation? And is just, like, depressed because of it? Shift Control V. There we go. Nice. Nah? Yeah, I don't think so either. It's an interesting idea, but I don't think so. I actually really like the idea that this is kind of... I actually kind of like the idea that this is kind of a criticism of the Foundation, of them overworking people, kind of thing. I think it's becoming something interesting, genuinely. He's still miserable. The O5 Council has decreed that Maya needs to be overworked. I think Maya's plight only needs to be hinted at. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be, like, outright stated. Listen to your Maya's shenanigans. I tweet. Opa, the airport is going, airport stuff is going well. Enjoy your luck. I'll give you a shout out real quick. Like, I don't think in the final version I'll be, like, super obvious about Maya's overworking. But yeah. There'll be other SCPs in the bar, yes. I'm pretty sure other SCPs can go there. And maybe that's a part of what the Foundation doesn't like about the bar. Because it can potentially mean SCPs escaping containment. Or maybe they tried using it as a way to contain the uncontainable. Ah. Maybe they've tried using it as Tormiel. There's an idea. Okay, I need to toy with that idea a bit more, because that's interesting. Having a pint and racing for a 14-hour flight? Oh gosh, yeah. Where you heading off to eat? There food? There is. Starkos. And I think also bar snacks. Five counselors agree that Mayor needs to be overworked at all times in order to keep him miserable. But turn the bar into a tavern then? I mean, not really. Some bars have food. Literally the other side of the world. Oh wow, okay. I hope it goes well. 049 vibes there and PH tests the drinks every so often for the sake of keeping the pestilence away. If I said ayaya, oh, you're going to Japan? If Reactive thinks that willingly leave would mean the Foundation wouldn't entertain usage as Tomiel. True. Maybe they thought about that idea, but they decided that it was a bad one. Or in more like? Neither, because, like, you're not supposed to stay in the bar for long times. You can, but you're not really meant to. And it's mostly, like, about drinks. So... also burgers. Maybe. What if you fall asleep in the bar? I think you just spend time in the bar that way. You would think but decide no, that's stupid. Yeah, I think so too. I just checked the wiki page on Here Be Dragons. It seems at some point over a little under a year, the world within Here Be Dragons underwent a war. And the fantasy had to go elsewhere. They're studying it from Here Be Dragons to Here Were Dragons. Let to return it into a neutralized anomaly. Yep, correct. Which, yes, Here Were Dragons is very sad, honestly. It features in one of the SCP games, and it's really good. The plot to use the bar as containment is Maya's secret origin. He's the last survivor of a field team that tried luring a major threat into Bar 1. Ooh! Yeah, this Jabberwocky event. It's an interesting idea, but I'd say no. Like, it's an interesting idea, but I think Maya should just be a miserable guy. Like, actually, I'm gonna say the overworking concept isn't bad, but I think Maya should just be naturally kind of miserable. I don't know yet about the overworked thing yet either. He's just born a sad man. Yeah, he's just kind of sad. He's a sad boy. So I'm just gonna say maybe, I don't know, researcher works. By the way, is it mayor or like major? Like how would you? Yeah, like mundanity. If you fall asleep in the bar, you'll simply spend some time there. Maya. Major Maya. I see how it's Jackie Gleason for some reason. Jackie Gleason. You know what? I could kind of see it. I could kind of see it. Like Dr. Doofenshmirtz would have the comedy added in hindsight. Yeah, kind of. Actually, their pattern of only the most miserable person that gets into the bar will be noticed by higher-ups. Maybe, yeah. Here's a Dutch name, so I assume you're saying it right. I've never heard it before, admittedly. I prefer the idea of Mayor as a Dolores Ed type character. He would be miserable no matter what. If anything, being the test person of Bar 1 is the best thing that could have happened to him in a manic-colly way. Yeah, pretty much. Like, yeah, he's still miserable, and he doesn't like being king of the... Like, king of the, oh, what's the name? King of the Gremlins. But, you know, it's better than him being, like, in some other thing. In some other bad situation. Chronic depression, the foundation would hold his antidepressants. Oh, that's dark. That's kind of evil. I don't really like the idea from the Foundation thing. The safe SCP that just releases playful paper dragons every now and then. Got to do nothing to really keep people safe, just usually play with the paper dragons and then boom. I know about a fantasy war and then in one of the few... Yeah, like I said, Here Were Dragons is one of the best and saddest, like SCPs in my opinion. It is very, very good. Alright, I won't lie, by the way, I am getting kind of tired. Like, we've got a lot here. Seems like SCP-096's face has no effect to the bartender or anyone inside of it. Sadly, when the Foundation members leaves the bar. 096 with the bar would be... Yeah, no. No, no way. Absolutely not. You know what could have happened? This could have been an accidental thing. That at one point, 682 just ended up in the bar somehow. Although he would have needed to go through a door, so maybe not. Like a plague doctor, maybe. What if... Okay, here's a thought. What if an SCP at one point did end up in the bar? It doesn't have to be 682, just any given SCP. And ever since, the Foundation is like, okay, no SCP is allowed to have doors. Like, no SCP is allowed to have a door. Be like an addendum. Yeah, maybe. Addendum. But 682 trying to kill the bartender. Maybe. Well, it might not have... It wouldn't be able to, right? Because 682 is hard to destroy. It isn't all... like, all-knowing. Not too universe-affecting, I feel like. I mean, the thing is, if people don't like that canon, they can just ignore it. Like, that's part of SCP. Like, they can just ignore it. All these are replaced with gates operated by levers. Perhaps I would probably look at Army and basically go, not going to fight a star entity, just follow the rules, in my opinion. I think he would still hate I think he would still hate it, but I don't think he could do anything there. But 682 might not be a good SCP for that. Like, which SCP would fit having, like, effectively breached containment because of that? Who's the Reality Bender girl again? I know she's in a coma, but... Reality Bender girl... SCP... 239... Sounds a bit excessive. Cells don't have door handles on the inside anyways. True. It could be 239. Medical headgear. SCP-148. I want to think of, like, which SCP would work well for that. That's a toughie. That's a really toughie. It did enjoy interacting with SCP-909. It's our fault I was squishy humans and we can't handle Lizard's joy. Doesn't mean that Lizard wouldn't or couldn't enjoy the novelty of Bar 1. Actually, a part of me kind of likes the idea that the Lizard actually kind of enjoys Bar 1. Bar 1 replaces an animal food train, keeps it full for any of the more animal-like anomalies that happen into the bar. Is liking to the dog and Josie the half-cat? Oh, Josie the half-cat, that's right! I do like Josie the half-cat, that one is cute. Yeah, that's a good one, Mage. I like that. Yeah, which SCP is Josie the half-cat again? Josie the half-cat. SCP-529. Josie is quite affectionate, and at this stage is free to move about the lower levels of the facility. They're not permitted to feed cheese to her. She will become distressed if not given sufficient cheese. Okay, that's cute. What about Schrodinger's cat? There is probably a universe where Schrodinger's cat, like, literally exists. So it does probably show up in... Oh, is that an SCP? Is there an SCP called Schrodinger's cat? Let's see, parts of the animal to the rear of the end of the ribcage appear to be missing. Body terminates sharply as if sliced in two. Despite of this, the animal has no health problems and moves about if it's its hindquarters, but still in place. Don't think so? Fair enough. I do like this one. It's very cute. This wants the cheese tax, but at the same time, staff's not allowed to pay the cheese tax, pretty much. Yeah. It's cute. That is very cute. The cross-section does not display the interior of the animal, but appears pure black to the eye. Shows all non-visible wavelengths of light. Is slightly yielding to the touch. Gentle stroking of this area sometimes yields a positive reaction, and usually leads to the creature turning on the agent's claws at the ready. The scratched have experienced no abnormalities. The hind regions do not feel. See, I really like this. Like, it's just an anomalous cat. Like, it's just like, for some reason, this cat just has half of it. I really like stuff like this. Once cheese is given, there's no end to the hunger for cheese. Like, it's such a short and simple SCP, but it's very effective. I like it. Like, Josie might be one that shows up every so often. Let's see. SCPs that have visited the bar. This popped into my head. Bar 1 has a do not serve list. The one name on it, the Scarlet King. The Scarlet King might actually be servable though. Which is weird to say, but yeah. Is Buggy hits? Ooh, nice. Gonna have one as well. Hold on. SCP the Scarlet King. Is that the one? Is that SCP-1? SCP-231, okay. Oh gosh, okay, this is very dark. But okay, I'm not gonna read through all of this, but I just wanna... Okay, so the Scarlet King doesn't exist. It's whitelisted, his count is on the do not serve list. Interesting. I'm gonna turn myself into an SCP. For cooking? For cooking a burger, yeah. Impossible. Living drawing SCP-085. She lives in a piece of paper and is lonely. SCP-085. Okay. Let's take a look at that. Hand-drawn Cassie. A single chalk white bond drawing pad in a secure containment facility. You know what? Scarlet King was initially an 001 proposal. Ah, fair. Seems like the Scarlet King is a dimensional conqueror and pure evil. I actually love the idea, Rod, that the Scarlet King tried to... like... Wait, yeah. You know what? Do not serve list. Yeah, SCP-999 is the tickle monster. I do like the idea that the Scarlet King at one point tried to conquer the bar and just couldn't. Like, they were just like, "Rah, I'm gonna conquer the bar." Wait, why can't I? I can't conquer the bar. Ah! Just like, just really hates the bar. Yeah, so like, for some reason, SCP-999 is on the do not serve list. Why? Like, no idea, but he's on the do not serve list. For some reason. It's kind of a funny idea. I wonder what his preference is. I'd a pinch of vodka with lime or something. The vodka with blood of the innocent. SCPs that have visited the bar. I'll just call it SCP visitors. There we go. Gully Pop SCP-9353. Okay, hold on. One at a time. I'll do... I think SCP-085 I'd be okay with having visited the bar. The same reason you don't give SCP-99 a child anything sugary, pure chaos. Probably. The cat definitely has visited. 953. A female red fox. Hostile, dangerous, and armed. What does he be writing? I think he would like to listen to the interview with Randomini, who wrote the Cool War. Oh yeah, who eats livers? Or does this beastie just only eat liver? Is this a kitsune? It's a nine-tailed fox. It's a kitsune. It resurfaced in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on June 20X at YIFCon 2000X, which it had been attending in the guise of a furry enthusiast. Oh, god dang it. Okay, that's funny, but also what the heck? You know what? Sure. Spoilers for the Cool War? Noted. You get super pissed if you call her that? That's funny. Kumiho Mia hates being called a kitsune. Too bad! Sucks to suck. This is any reality. You could also just ban any character from a game that you didn't like to. Just like Nier Automata characters. Yeah, I said it. I didn't enjoy Nier. Fight me. I think that the Plague Doctor having visited the bar is kind of fun. I think I'm okay with that idea. Like, which one is the Plague Doctor? Uh, 049. Hey. Banned Luigi, he knows what he did. Wait, I didn't hear before Automata. No, I only played Automata. I bounced off of Automata, but I don't want to get too far into it, because it's going to be like a half-an-hour explanation. And it's like, okay, like, mind you, I'm not saying you're not allowed to enjoy that game, by the way. It's just not for me. That's okay. At this point, we're kind of just goofing around with this, but I do like this. Like, we'll see how much of this I end up actually using and how much of it ends up becoming something else. But when you look up the Plague Doctor Gudonard, it's like the second result. Oh god. I think Malo watches lonely from the screens, wishing they could physically be in the bar. You know, that could be interesting. What if they could? What if they could be in the bar? I like to enjoy Nier Automata, but only for the fan service. I mean, you're allowed to enjoy things that I don't, you know? SCP-999 is funny, but I feel like I'd still allow them in. I don't know. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna get rid of the Do Not Serve list, because while I think it's funny, I also think it's more fun to keep that open. I think the original Nier to the suggested game list. Nier is branched off of a Dragon Guard ending. Never checked out Dragon Guard. The problem for me is that I don't like Yoko Taro's game design. I don't like Yoko Taro's game design. To be blunt, he is very disrespectful to the player's time. I wouldn't touch canon SCP stuff too much, yeah. You think Maximalist? Ah, no. Get iffy with that? Ah, that's fair. You know what? Let's just not. Let's just not. Let's just keep this to its own thing. Like, I'm actually pretty happy with what we have here so far. Okay, we've talked a little bit about the gremlins. We've talked about the drinks. We've talked about me. What about Myun? Invoke any SCP names, your article gets extra scrutiny? I mean, that's fine. Anyway, did you know ideal meant Yisang in Korean? I did not. What if the do not serve list exists but is redacted? Could be interesting. Never mind about adding near replicant or gestalt to the suggested games. Yeah, no. That's why most use like SCP XXXX. Yeah. I use 9XXX because I know it's going to be a 9000 thing. But I don't really care about which number it's going to be. You know what? I might actually leave it here for today, because I can tell I'm getting really tired. And we've gotten a lot done. Like, this is a lot. Myun is the bouncer? I don't mind the idea of Myun being a bouncer, but yeah. I think I might leave it here, because I can tell I'm getting, like, really tired at this point. And it's best to, like, not overwork myself. Let's just say that other anomalous entities have visited, but leave it at that. It is a do not surface, but none of the entities were known to the team. It is alarming, because the Foundation has encountered some scary beings. Enjoyed these discussion streams. Yeah, this was fun. I do really like these. This was really fun to put together. I definitely want to do something in the future with this, because yeah, it's just fun. Like, we have a lot of cool ideas and a lot of things to run with. And also, I'm just going to write that down, evident, because that's a good idea. Let me just add that real quick to the ideas list. Can I just say, by the way, I think it's fantastic that this community is incredibly creative, and it's really nice to see. Like, thank you for that, because, yeah. I need to write more. Creative and cooperative, that too, yeah. My AO3 is Baron? Okay, let's see who we're gonna raid, shall we? Who do I want to raid? I have a few people I could raid. When nothing's canon, you can have so much fun. Yeah, exactly. Like, because I think the nice thing about this is, like, you guys are very good at when I say, like, okay, this is the rough idea. And, like, you guys are very good at just, like, running with an idea like that. And I think that's fantastic. Maybe I'll do that in the future. Just, like, come up with a base idea and then, like, we write something together based on it. Because this was super fun. So I'd love to do more stuff like this. What if... I have a question, guy. That's very fair. I do a Hitman stream later. Oh yeah, have fun. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna raid Millennia. I haven't raided Millennia in ages. Millennia VT. Let's go say hi to Millennia. Alright, folks. Thank you very much for coming to the stream. If you enjoyed this, I will be on the heckin' Discord. Wait a second. ZeroBusterXZ uses Armia's hype. That's cool. And then how? What? That's cool. But yes, I will be on the Discord. I also, of course, have a YouTube if you want to check out more of my stuff, and if you want to check out my Blue Sky, that is more than welcome. They might change that, maybe. I don't think so. Like, I know ZeroBot is maybe if ZeroBot is subbed, it will automatically use, like, hyper modes. Maybe something like that. But alright, if you guys are subbed, here's a raid message. If you're not, here's a raid message. Thank you all very much for coming to the stream. I'll see you all in the next one. Bye-bye!